here we are.
Hmm.
Welcome back, and thank you all for joining us for another adventure in the Nebulous Collection.
Good afternoon.
Welcome, one and all.
I am joined by Akantarian and Arkrat today.
Hello.
Hello, hello. I hope this day finds you well, hale, healthy, and hearty.
I hope you're having a good one wherever you are. Why, yes, this is how I start a week off, by jumping into another stream and playing a game for a bit.
It never ends.
It never ends. Hello, MC. It's very, very good to have you with us. Please look after our cat as well. They're very nice, just little pets. They're perfect, perfectly trained.
All right. So, let's see. Where shall we begin today?
At the beginning, where all good stories start.
Breakfast it is.
Yes. Yes. After an interesting time, no less.
Trying to jog my own memory. Last week. Last week we met the world's possibly the most boring man in the universe.
Yes, I have notes if you would like a quick recap.
Oh, I took some myself. All right.
Ah, perfect.
Yes. Okay. I'm remembering things now. All right. So, well, over a lovely breakfast of just use your imagination. What's for breakfast?
For breakfast, Havelock is not Havelock. Actually, no, I can tell you what Havelock. No, I'm not going to do that. I was like, for breakfast, Spencer is having. They start with porridge and move on to a very nice round of Balani, which, if no one has had, is a large flatbread with vegetables and a very nice mint yogurt. And so it's just sort of nice carved up, and a banana and a coffee.
Why not?
All
right.
Dried figs and hardtack.
Yes.
Now that's a breakfast.
With a nice what was I going to say? He's got a pipe smoke as well.
I don't make a habit of smoking pipe. I need to keep the lung function healthy, you understand? But it pairs nicely with a bit of tea.
Indeed. Also,
hello there.
Nishwa. Hello, I know when you're in other streams, apparently, because the timing yesterday, sidebar, was I had a stream up and I was lurking. Nishwa was in there, said something quoting my name, and I was like, I heard that. And they were like, what? Ah!
It's always fun to lurk strategically. All right. Let's see. Havelock has discovered, like, sugary breakfast cereals.
Oh no.
And is just working their way through different bowls of them every morning.
Which one is it? Which one have they started on, and what's the sugar to cereal ratio?
Let's start them on. Oh, what? I
on
barely
a
ate
spectrum
cereal.
of Frosted Flakes to Cookie Crisp. How true.
Oh God, Havelock on Cookie Crisp would be like that's the nuclear option. Like,
yeah, forget cocaine. Just have a bowl of Cookie Crisp in the morning.
Yeah,
we don't have protocols in place for that.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Yeah. Oh no! Oh, I've just had a terrible idea.
Oh no!
More
terrible than when I fired a spectral knife into someone's knife and then had what in my head would happen next, and you remove the head. It's like, oh no, oh no.
Possibly more disastrous than that.
I don't believe you. That's not possible.
Confectioner's sugar mixed with cocaine as a topping for the cereal.
Oh,
Jesus. And instead of cereal, it's actually just caramel.
That is what we call frosted shakes, I believe.
Yeah, probably. All right. I don't know. Let's see. I didn't eat a lot of cereal when I was younger. fuck it, they discovered this Reese's Puffs thing, and they're just it's tasty.
That's pretty on par.
They're having that.
Hey,
some-
Moogle.
Now,
soup,
can they
well,
handle their sugar, or will I be peeling you off the wall with a spatula?
That's the real question, isn't it? I think we should consult the dice about it.
Roll for Sugar Rush.
Okay, so they're definitely feeling it, but it feels kind of like a manic episode more than anything.
Yeah.
Okay, they're not a
Sorry,
shaky
forgive me.
mess.
Forgive me, it's the like the first proper day of me getting to use my emotes, so like any chance I
Oh,
get.
by
of
all
course.
means, spam that shit. It's beautiful. Look at the adorable little bastard. He's so mischievous.
Yep.
Our
And if you
cat
piss them off, they'll send
freed.
you into black- Okay.
He is up to shenanigans.
Yes, what
Mhm.
sins will they commit?
No sins, just perfect executions.
Beautiful. All right. So yeah, Havelock's definitely feeling it with the cereal. Like this is amazing. How have I never tried this before? And they're having like everything else about their breakfast is pretty average. There's some fruit, some nice yogurt, a glass of milk because why not? Also, I'm weird and eat my cereals dry, so now Havelock does too.
Oh, I did that. I eat cereals dry as well.
Yeah, depending
Yeah.
on the cereal, it really works for it.
Yeah.
No judgment here.
I think sometimes it's kind of one of those like I've genuinely had a bowl of cornflakes, finished a bowl, and been like, I've got too much to do, and then come back to it like 2 hours later.
Yep.
In order to keep having it.
Mood, yeah.
Yeah. Because
Just
it's just one
putting
of those,
milk
like,
in
just-
cereal is just like, if I want milk, I can just drink it. Why do I make my cereal
kinda like-
soggy? What's the point?
Yeah, it's just kind of like I either like if I want soup, I'll make soup. I don't need it as a-
Exactly.
like yeah.
Oh, finally, people who understand. Everyone in my family
is-
was so judgy about it. Gods.
Welcome to the Nebulous collection where we decide. Actually, you know what? This is the conversation. they're
Conversation,
having
yes!
Right now.
Yes!
This is exactly what Havelock and Spencer are talking about. Is cereal. Because you do over breakfast. This is exactly what you do.
Yup.
Because you're like, I like this, but like, hey, do you want to hear the time I had? I know, right? It's just that doesn't. Oh, what the hell? It's like, do you think they've got? Oh, that's quite nice. Yeah.
God, no joke. Havelock, yeah, no, this is all in character, definitely. Havelock does look over to this, like, hardtack that Whackbat is eating, is like, having eaten MREs before. How? Why do you do this?
Mulligan does not especially care for cereal, though he is not judgmental, but he considers it on a personal level something of an ungentlemanly food. For amongst other things, he doesn't need milk in his mustache.
You know what? That's real valid.
Mhm.
That is that. Yeah. As
These
as
are the
someone who's-
real mustache troubles, let me tell you.
Yeah, I mean, as someone who like had like full like beard, especially like let it grow to the point where the mustache portion is incredibly long. It's a
Mhm.
pain having to every so often like you're drinking coffee or something and having to dab it out of it as well.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes.
I have to
yeah.
regularly trim the more central part of my mustache. I let the ends grow long, but
Mm.
otherwise it's just a nightmare. Yeah, I was about to say the real folk blues, but mustache.
But that's to say
Yes.
nothing of the sheer embarrassing horror of doing something so ungentlemanly as like just taking your lower lip and sort of sucking sucking milk out of your mustache. That's turned into his gentleman card immediately.
Yep.
Yeah, the real folk blues mustache has the real folk tash.
Perfect. Real stash blues.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, I want to watch Cowboy Bebop, and I might do that
so
later on.
good. Watch it.
Yeah, I love it. I love it.
Spike
It's-
Spiegel
it's
doesn't need a
genuine.
reason to keep a gun in the fridge. That's all I have to fucking say.
Mhm.
Where else are you gonna keep your guns? All right. But yes, after a hearty and invigorating breakfast,
Mhm.
you hear that all too familiar chime,
Mm.
and Havelock like sighing and shrugging, reaches over to a little box on the wall with the fire extinguisher in it, and when they open it, there's a pneumatic tube waiting.
Oh no.
So, what's happening this time? And it simply reads.
Are you paying too much for your car insurance?
That's what the
Dear
pneumatic
God,
tube.
the communication system has been
Oh my God.
compromised by insurance agents.
Oh wait, hold on. So they turn a dial to no solicitation, and then suddenly you get another tube come through that's the right one.
Perfect. That is exactly what happens. Yes. And this one just reads, let's see. New artifact retrieval required. Please report for duty. Jameson, Whackbat, and Havelock.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
They're just like, well,
yep,
okay.
Yeah. Spencer takes the plate that they are continuing to eat your bologna off, and goes with both of you to the place we're going. Ran out
Havelock.
of words there.
Yep. Havelock looks to what's left of their breakfast and is just like, all right, we can do this. And just like, in what can only be described as a preternatural feat, just, you're not sure whether or not they unhinged their jaw and just ate all of it, but it was certainly something.
Mm-hmm.
And,
Briefly become a cartoon character.
yup, very briefly. It's the strangest thing, really. And,
Mhm.
I should really just add the character art that I got to the slideshow, shouldn't I? I'm gonna do that for next time.
Mhm. Definitely.
I mean, there is a phenomenal artist who does landscape drawings called Caio Santos. They go by Black Salander on Twitch. I'll send you a link to their stuff, but genuinely, like, they do amazing. Like, they do a lot of stuff for Critical Role. Or have done a lot of
shit.
stuff for like Critical Role.
That's awesome.
And it's it's genuinely looking like landscape portraits and stuff. It's
Oh, that's awesome.
landscape drawings. It's beautiful.
Yes.
And it's the kind of thing that for the journeys we're having, it would be perfect with the music.
You know what I think I want to do for this slideshow? Like, I'll add, like, character arts as we get them commissioned or whatever and such. But also, I'm thinking we can add more portraits and things of places we visited.
Yeah,
Okay.
the other option I think would be really cool to do is to have visuals of where we're going. Is if
Ooh.
you planned ahead, like, is be able to show the visual of what it looks like. I know part of it is the imagination side of it and bring it up, but if,
but no,
if that's the
having
direction you wanted
reference
to go-
images is spectacular.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck, yeah.
yeah, absolutely. So, as a thing to think about for the future. So.
Yep. So I'm just looking at these two things going by, and I'm like, okay, these are both nice pictures, but really, we can have more.
Yeah, it was something just as like,
Oh, yeah.
like
This
just
was me.
finding something very quickly for archiving and stuff.
Oh, God, yeah, no, this was... We did great with what we had.
Mhm.
Alright, so... yeah. Havelock heads towards where you're told to muster, which can be the... It'll be the scrying room.
Oh, do they have mustard?
Do they have what?
You asked like where we've been told to muster. Do you have mustard?
God damn it. All
Perhaps
right.
not, but perhaps they have pith and vinegar.
Ah.
Vinegar
Love
is
it, love it.
absolutely a condiment. Fuck you, fight me. I
Oh,
love
yes.
vinegar.
It's not Dijon, MC, because we don't do summoning here.
That's the last thing we need in the collection is an incursion of angry Jin.
God, that'd be a nightmare.
Mhm.
And a fun game session.
Mhm.
Anyway. All right. So. Oh shit, that's genius. Thank you. That's brilliant. Thank you, MC. You've saved the session. All right. um, I've just had a series of ideas,
Oh no.
as I often do. Just a disastrous chain of events in my mind. All right. So here's what we're going to do. You reach the scrying
Uh-oh.
room, and the how do words work again? The not proprietor, curator. Fuck.
It's all
God.
good.
What are words and how do they work? Okay. The curator of the
word.
museum.
Pass me a dictionary. Dictionary.
All right. Yes. All right. So shows he's there and welcomes you all with a polite bow. Thank you for making your way here so quickly.
You're very welcome. It's good to get started. This is very good. Dip, dip, dip.
Indeed. I apologize to interrupt you in the midst of your morning meal. However, something is the collection has decided you are the best people to retrieve a particular object for it. And you know the collection does so hate to be waiting.
Indeed, indeed.
A gentleman is never late,
Indeed.
nor is he early. He arrives precisely when he is needed.
Weren't you late last week?
I'm going to give you a very pointed sort of stare. Yes, well,
Fuck. All right. Yes. All right. Damn it. Oh God.
Are you okay?
I would never be able to be an actor. I'd just corpse constantly.
I'm not gonna lie. This is great every week to test my improv skills.
It's so fun.
Class. Yeah.
Oh, I love this. All right. Okay. Back to it for real this time. Yes. You are to retrieve a specific lantern.
Lantern.
A lantern said to trap the souls of the dead from the place it's held.
Oh,
delightful.
lantern, of course. Where are we heading to retrieve this lantern from?
Place names are awful. Fuck it. How about Innistrad?
I'm sorry. Say that one more time?
Innistrad.
That's what I thought you said. Okay. We have everything at our disposal, yes?
Oh, but of course. The supply
We
room
have-
is open to you.
Lovely. Any recent photographs, or are we able to ascertain what it looks like on the ground currently?
Oh, I'm glad someone gets the. I'm glad someone knows the place I'm talking about. Yes.
I thought it would be gauche to mention.
Yeah, no, that's valid. I'm just like, you know what the best tool in my arsenal is? Plagiarism. All right. But yeah. The curator just nods and is like, of course. And leads you over to one of the scrying pools.
Perfect. Right. Have I used the scrying pool before? Has it come up in a?
You've probably
Jen.
used them once or twice here or there just to
Okay.
gather. They're good for gathering intel real quick.
Cool. In that case, I use the scrying tool to essentially. I want to survey Innistrad. I'm not looking for anyone or anything in particular. I'm looking to see what the the place we saw in the photo looks like now. What the sort of the landscape is like, and just kind of what should we be prepared for, essentially, is what I'm trying to ascertain.
Okay. This place is, as you're looking through, you're seeing like
Mhm.
little landscapes flitting by. You're seeing villages and towns and like high Gothic castles. Like this place is just German Gothic. That's
Mhm.
all of it. You're checking out like the wood. Like you suddenly see these like real dark, spooky forests, and
Mm,
then there's suddenly just these werewolves running by, like clearly bipedal, like Wolfman style werewolves.
what time of day is
Fascinating.
it?
Um,
Is it nighttime or is it like day?
Good question. It's broad goddamn daylight.
Okay, that's good to know. They're just like sup. Yeah, yeah.
Sup?
They're
Yep.
they're just ripped wolf boys. What are you talking about? Just
Oh
ripped
no,
wolf boys.
they're chasing down they're chasing down an animal.
Oh, is it a a hybrid or anthropomorphic, or is it kind of like a deer
No,
or
it's
like
just a wild,
livestock?
it's just a wild
Just a
deer.
wild. Okay, they're just hunting. Okay.
Yeah, they're just hunting.
Okay. Okay. Cool. Let's see. Anything
Ruined
else?
my illusion.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Sorry.
I mean, Moogle. So if you can always write that literotica. That's entirely right. What was I going to say? Yeah. Do I?
Hmm.
Yeah. So do I spot
Mm-hmm.
any landmarks of note, or long shot anyone of note in this? It's a general sweep, I know, so the answer might just be no.
You're like you see as this little bit plays out before it changes, and it happens pretty
Yeah.
quick. Like it's mostly I'd say it's mostly snapshots or like very quick, like, oh, they're hunting, and then another thing of them like bringing it back to like what's clearly a village of them.
Ah.
And a
Oh,
lot of the
okay.
people there are still human looking, others are like in their wolf
Ooh.
forms, and they're
Yeah.
just they're bringing it back and sharing it out.
Okay. Okay. The people in this village, the sort of
Mhm.
the village of the werewolves.
Hmm.
How are they? How are they dressed?
A lot of them are
Oh,
wearing like just simple like
yeah. Oh, sorry. I should rephrase this, like, because
Mhm.
I don't want you to like give away too much with what I'm doing. How much do I like reasonably catch of like looking at this? Do I see enough to know like what they're dressed, and like any sort of, probably don't tell if like that it's a primitive thing or if it's like super high tech or anything.
Oh yeah, no, it's just very if I could describe it in a single word, it'd be kind of rustic. Like most of them are just
Okay.
wearing like peasant blouses and like just loose fitting pants and like boots. Stuff that looks like
Okay.
it'd be easy to take on and or put on and
Oh,
take off.
yeah, kind of perfect for like if you go out for hunting, but if need be, like not going to be. Yeah, they've dressed according to like if they need to hunt as a wolf,
Yep,
they won't lose too much, right?
exactly.
Cool.
Um
Okay. Good.
the next few shots are in a what look like a fortified castle town.
Mm.
And just seems to be peasants living out their lives. Then there's like merchants and some of the upper class, and then like the most sinister looking coach you've ever seen just rolls by, pulled by like creepy black horses with glowy red eyes.
In broad daylight. Wow.
This one's not in broad daylight.
Oh, we've actually gone to a different
Yeah,
part, right?
different.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I should
No. I love it. So yeah, so I've
Yeah.
snapped to a more like an evening scene. Okay, cool.
Yeah. A little unsettling how quickly it snapped to an evening scene. But yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, so there's just that running by, and then like the person driving it is extremely pale and dressed extremely lavishly.
Mm.
Like there's whoever is riding this is definitely nobility.
Mm.
A lot of the peasants are when they see a small procession of these going through town, all of the peasants are like going into their homes immediately.
Ah, okay. And you said, is it the
Mm.
person driving or the person in the carriage being driven?
I mean, you're not able to see much. It's a closed coach. So
I
the
just
person
wondered 'cause you
driving it
mentioned
looks extremely pale.
and
Uh,
lavish. Interesting.
oh yeah, like
Wow,
they're
okay.
wearing extremely nice stuff. They have a weapon at their side that's like
Wow.
tailor-fitted armor.
Wow. So yeah. So the driver's kind of like almost like a personal muscle as well,
Mm-hmm.
sort of thing. So okay,
Yep.
cool. Presents going into house.
And
Afraid.
let's see. And then the scene swaps again.
Mm-hmm.
And it's you see two people standing on like opposite hills near what is clearly a graveyard. Just trading insults as large masses of undead things fight each other.
Amazing.
Yup.
What time of day?
This one is it's the sun is just starting to set.
Oh wow.
And
It's
clearly
a-
this has been going on for a little while. One of them
It's a hillside crawl room blitz. Oh my god.
Yep. One of let's see. The man seems to have fewer of yeah, you know the word zombie. The man seems to have a lot
Mhm.
less of them, but the ones he has are like these hulking monstrosities. They're like really big, and you can tell they're like stitched together from the parts of like a ton of corpses. Like, and they're all uniquely horrifying. And held together with like pieces of metal and stitched flesh. While the ones,
Ooh, okay.
yep, the woman is wearing what looks like a mourner's garb, and just has a shovel and a bell, as opposed to the man who looks a lot more like a surgeon.
Mm-hmm.
And the woman is just has like a horde of bodies, just individual people, as far as you can tell. No real modifications, just a lot of zombies. And they're you do hear often the words brother or sister as they're trading jabs and insults.
Oh wow, okay. Love it. I love it already. We're going
Yep.
very Castlevania right out the gate. This is
Oh
awesome.
yeah, this place is very Castlevania.
Nice, nice, nice.
And that is and that is a lot of what you see. You see shrines to angels here
Okay.
and there.
Oh, okay.
And
At the
there's
graveyard.
in the graveyard, in some of the towns, like you go to another
Oh.
it goes to another town and there's like this enormous statue of an angel.
Okay.
And
Mm.
well, there's an enormous statue. There was an enormous statue of an angel. It's been damaged heavily. And oh yeah, and there's a really weird looking symbol on the moon in any of the shots you see at night.
A weird symbol on the moon.
Yes.
What details do I pick out from it if I see it long enough to pick out any details? Or can I suppose, because what I'm seeing, like the moon's high in the sky, so
The moon's pretty high up there. It just like it looks just like a bizarre arcane sigil of some kind. You're not sure what language or whatever it's meant to represent.
yeah.
It's just kind
Okay.
of there.
Okay.
And yeah, that's that.
Okay. Final question.
Mhm.
The angel. Any particular details? That if I step, or is it a case of I see the angel like as I'm seeing these images, but do I get any more like focus on the statue at any point?
The statue itself, no, it just seems like a landmark. However, you pass by several churches. There's like
Mm.
churches in a lot of places,
Mhm.
and several of them have like glass reliefs of or stained glass art, and they
Ooh.
all look something like many also have portraits and such, and they depict this being.
Okay.
Give me
I
a
am
sec.
now.
I will hop into the Discord again.
Yeah, for sure.
RP
And I
chat.
will describe what I see when you put it in place. Um. Okay. Oh. Wow. So yeah, so I see a relief of a angel with wings fully uh drawn out.
Mm-hmm.
There is what looks like it's a clouded sky with the sun bleeding through, giving the impression almost of lightning. It's where like seams and veins of sunlight move through the cloud, almost like you'd think thunder and lightning were going there. The angel is incredibly stoic, incredibly courageous. They are almost like a Valkyrie. The sort of their eyes are pupilless, like completely white. The hair flowing back is given almost like a silver, almost like a gold look. It was probably like the depiction was meant to be white, but in this it's kind of like
Mm-hmm.
long flowing, almost blonde, almost that. They are holding a long staff with it could be a symbol on the end, or it could just be forked as like a almost like a weapon to use.
Some sort of spear.
Yeah, some sort of spear indeed, either for ceremony, like for like for a rallying call, or literally as like a double forked like thing to attack people with, or maybe a conduit. You know, if they're a magic user, they're wearing these impressive like full what appear to be like armored boots. So like they go all the way up to about halfway up the thighs,
Oh, those are thigh boots,
and
all right.
they are thigh boots, and they're very like there's an intricate design. It looks like a plate design. They're wearing a full like plate mail covering the chest and stomach and everything, like perfectly designed for combat. And there's a long flowing robe or jacket down the front and along them as well. Um, and yeah, they appear to be standing in a triumphant pose on a could be a mountain ridge, could be the top of a cathedral that's been deliberately like left blank in order to put focus on them. But it is like it is the focal point of the stained glass images. It's incredibly impressive.
Hmm. All
Okay.
right. And that
Uh,
is.
right, so sorry, a warrior angel, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Warrior angel. Okay. Ooh, that is a lot. This angel.
Mm-hmm.
Have I ever seen iconography like that before?
Um, the let's see. Not recently, but something about the spear they're holding tickles your
Okay.
memory a bit.
Okay, so chase up the spear. Okay.
Hold on a sec.
No worries at all.
Let me find
This
you
is this.
a. Ah, here we are. Yep. Um,
Okay, cool. Cool.
you have seen it like, and you're realizing as you're looking through, like, it flits to more scenes of towns and stuff, and you see like, um, you see this particular symbol worked into, in this case, like the hilts of swords, or
Mm.
into like cathedral tops, or
Mm-hmm.
like gravestones. It
Hmm.
seems like it's their uh at least from the way they're treating it and the way it's used, it reminds you of holy symbols.
Yeah, so it's the same as like the Christian cross being used
Mm-hmm.
on so many artifacts. Yeah. Okay. Cool. 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 That gives me something to research. Ah, yes. Okay. Uh, I guess unless there's anything else you want to impart, that would be probably the
That
extent of
is
what I.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
what you see. Oh,
I
there is
oh,
one more thing. I'm terribly sorry.
no,
Um,
absolutely.
I forgot. There is one other thing, and that is you see in a lot of different areas, but especially in some of the major cities, you
Mm-hmm.
see ghosts. Like
Ghosts.
a lot of them. And
Ooh.
like a lot of them seem to be like some of them are just like haunting like you just see them kind of standing their vigils. A lot of them are
Mm.
just haunting places or just like existing in spots.
Yeah.
Al- although you see one who's like protecting some people who are just traveling. They look like
Oh.
they might be this ghost looks like they're protecting wandering travelers who were like attacked by a group of you're not sure if they're just bandits or
Mm.
if they are you're it's hard to tell.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Absolutely. Um. Okay. Right. Cool. There's a lot of there's some really cool paths here. Um.
Mhm.
Yeah. So. Okay. Come back out of the scrying and turn to Havelock and Whackbat. We have some. There's a lot of supernatural going on there.
Ooh,
We
fun.
have something, yes, and I am so sorry, Whackbat. We may have to be diplomatic in the face of ghosts. Uh, we may have to play nice with a lot of the spirits. Not all of them, but
No worries there. I'm perfectly capable of being diplomatic, even with those that may be in need of a, as they say in the Americas, busting.
mm, indeed, it does make us feel good.
God damn it.
I remember the great hymn from the churches that asked, "If thou saw something strange in thy neighborhood, to
Mhm.
know who to call, the ghosting busters.
Yes, indeed.
Uh, if there was something ever weird, and it didn't look good, to know to call the Ghostbusters."
I have heard of
Uh,
them.
and then there was a chant of some description like ah 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 no 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 ah 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 no 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 ah 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 no no no, and it would always end with the reprisal of "I am not afraid of any number of ghosts." It was like a protective chant almost. It's
Mhm.
beautiful to hear. Um, it's I believe it was created in the Church of New York initially, but yeah,
New,
fascinating, genuinely,
New
genuinely.
York.
A heck of a town, you know.
Curious. I was only familiar with the old York.
Definitely, definitely. I believe York themselves has like new ones, old ones everywhere. It's one of those things that replicates everywhere. Um,
Interesting.
but we have a couple of things that we can look at. This symbol, and I using the abilities I have, I produce these. Well, actually, I just draw it because I can.
Yeah.
Like I draw the symbol and be like, this is the symbol. Has anybody seen it? And it's like, show it to Whackbat, show it to the curator, show it to Havelock. It's like, if not, I'll go to the library and research for a little bit. I'm sure I can find a few things.
Hmm. Um
Oh,
I
and
need you to know I had myself muted the entire
I
time you
know,
were doing
I
that.
know, I heard you do it, so I knew I was fine to carry on.
Yeah.
God, it was so good. All right.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So Havelock looks at it and is
Oh, and
just
while you're looking at the symbol, I start creating with so I stand there and I start creating the image of the stained glass relief in like full detail.
hmm.
In the vain hope that someone has seen it.
Um but yeah, Havelock's just examining it and is like it seems like it's I've not seen this particular sigil before. Um
Mm-hmm.
I Is it important? Did you see it a lot?
I saw it pretty much everywhere. It
Oh.
was on churches. It was on gravestones. It was used like in rituals. It's in this amazing this stained glass relief that and I show the stained glass relief that's on one of their holy buildings. It was on the pretty much any form of architecture that was related in some form of religious capacity
Hmm.
had this symbol.
Might be a holy symbol of some kind.
Mm, no idea what for, but we can go
Mm.
looking in the library and find out. Find out whether oh god, I didn't write the name of it. What was it? Innistrad.
Innistrad. Yep.
Innistrad. I couldn't remember what the reference was, so I
I
got it. Innistrad.
I adore that
Mhm.
you've not heard of this setting. I really do. It's making this so much fun for me.
I mean, I'm not. So full disclosure, I'm not a Magic the Gathering player.
Mhm.
Yep. No, it's just
Like-
really cool. That's good.
Mhm.
I like that.
Yeah, yeah. That's
It
fair.
means
No,
a
yeah,
lot of
so
the things I crib notes from will be fresh and exciting for you.
Oh yeah, like if you want me to stare and wonder at stuff, like Magic the Gathering is a total place to go because I know very little about it.
Perfect.
But yeah, but
Mm.
yeah, so I like yeah, so say to them is like, look, this seems to be an amazing, like a holy symbol for Innistrad, and familiarity with this place for some aspects, but there are some things that kind of elude the mind. So we can do some digging on this if need be. Cool. So I've
Mhm.
at this point I've finished the stained glass window, the relief, and display this to Pavlok, to Whackbat, and to the curator.
The curator looks at it, and is just like, I'm sure you'll find something in the collection, but nothing jumps out at the moment. You might try, and they're looking through, you may try, and they open their extremely fancy nebulous collection binder.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yes. There is an Innistrad display.
Mm.
Mayhaps that gallery will prove valuable to you.
Perfect. And I set off. I just head off to do that, which is Arkrat's fancy way of saying they'll be back in a sec to get more coffee. But feel free to carry on while Arkrat goes and does some stupid. Spencer does some
Get your caffeine.
exploratory library stuff. So
Okay.
I'll be back in a second. Yeah.
All right. All right. So, Havelock just looks to the professor and is like, well, this place should be interesting.
Reminds me a bit of my own history. In fact, has a charming familiarity to some of the more rural parts of Londinium.
Yeah. Yes, and all sorts of bizarre and fantastical things abound. This will be an exciting time. The book and I will learn much today, I think.
Seems like the sort of place that you and the book would fit in like a house on fire.
Indeed.
Well, I will need to return to my chambers and procure my nice wardrobe. This does not strike me as a place that the smoking jacket would be appropriate. Which reminds me, I need to put it out.
Yes, I'll leave you to it. In the meantime, I suppose I should go get some traveling wear.
That seems, as they say, apropos.
All right. So, yeah. Havelock quickly returns to their own chambers and just they swap out of their normal tailored suit and like nice wingtip shoes and little scarf stole thing they're always wearing, and they swap into like more hard wearing leathers and tweed. They have like some really nice leather thigh boots and
Yeah.
like long heavy or long hard wearing pants and like essentially just a long thick tweed jacket.
Makes sense.
Oh, it's the tweed again. It's absolutely tweed time. What else is an academic on? What else is an academic going to wear when they're out and about?
Full disclosure, Innistrad was never my favorite setting in Magic because it has a lack of goblins.
That's extremely fucking valid.
That was a deal breaker for me. I had a similar issue with Theros.
My Theros I enjoyed. Innistrad I really liked. My favorite setting, hands down, is still Lorwyn Shadowmoor. Like, I love Grim Fairy Tales, and that shit is just perfect. I love it so much. Like, I love the Mist Meadow Witch. I love all the different factions, and like, I love all the tribes. It's just so cool. Also, I think that was the first set to ever feature any Planeswalkers, and it had the original 5.
It was, although they did not have, they weren't really attached to the story in any way. It was
That's
sort
true.
of a like, hey, here's a new
card type. Yeah.
Still, it worked rather well.
Although the pirate setting was so cool.
Ixalan, yes.
Ixalan was so cool.
Indeed.
What if Mayans riding dinosaurs and also pirates was so cool? All right. But yeah. So Havelock returns in. But what color is the tweed?
Inquiring minds need to know.
It's true. Inside a load of Eldrazi all over. Yeah, Eldrazi made everything very eldritch, which I loved. Although I am sick and tired of being sick and tired of going to fucking Can we just stop with Ravnica, please? Can we go back to somewhere new or back to somewhere we've only been like once before? Like Lorwyn and Shadowmoor, maybe? Also, the Vampire Conquistadors are so cool. I forgot about the Vampire Conquistadors. How can I do that? Ixalan was such a cool setting. Oh. God, I love my Edgar Markov commander deck. It's so good. Red, white, black vamps are the best. Alright. Let's see. So. Yeah, I'd say the tweed is yeah, grays and blues, I think. It's gray and blue tweed. And thrown over the yeah, and they just have a long tweed. They have a long tweed coat. It's very lovely, like complete with, of course, leather patches on the elbows.
Oh, naturally.
Naturally.
Yeah, Mulligan will go with his middle of the road nice suit. But obviously, the very nice suit is formal occasions, ballrooms and ceremonies and things like that. That's an extremely rare usage. But the middle of the road, like impressing minor nobility, things like that, comes up more often than you'd think in his line of work.
Oh, I'd imagine. Yeah. All right. Okay. So that is all of those, and as Havelock begins like packing like a travel bag full of like just a backpack with like just note paper, some of their like bookbinding belts just in case.
Yes.
Naturally. Yeah, they bring along like a decent number of potions and How about a... And of course, the book. Of course.
Well,
Yeah.
you can't not take the book in a
Yeah,
very literal sense.
Literal. Yeah, very literally. It's true. And that is... yes, and they swap their normal... Yes, they do swap their normal cigarettes for cigars. They grab a different but equally fancy metal case full of cigars, their cigar clipper, and a small box of wooden matches. And that is that. And Havelock returns, prepared for adventure, clips a cigar, and of course, toasts the end. They're like those thinner definitely not like Cubans, though. They're definitely those
You mean
thinner
like
ones, like...
cigarillos, mayhaps?
Maybe. Something more like what Integra smokes. I think those are cigarillos.
Yeah,
those
I
just-
think so.
Yep. Oh, right, and Havelock's hair is tied back with a, Fuck it, it's tied back with a leather thong today. Instead of their normal, like, black satin ribbon.
Mhm, mhm.
Yes, and they have a tricorn hat. It's perfect. Because anachronisms are delightful, and tricorn hats are lovely.
Hmm.
Yes, they have a lovely blue leather tricorn hat.
A bit gaudy, but I won't say anything about that. There are plenty of things that Mulligan will sort of judge quietly, but not enough to like raise a fuss about because he's not a jerk. That would be ungentlemanly.
That's valid. Yeah. Havelock has a time with their fashion.
Mhm. It seems so.
Yep. All the leather for stuff is... yeah, black leather is nice and simple. We'll do that. Yeah.
Mhm.
The hat, the boots, and the elbow patches on the coat are all just black leather, and it's grays and blues.
Mhm.
Although the hat does have a lovely blue trim to it.
Is that also leather, or is that dyed fabric? Perhaps some kind of silk?
Yeah, dyed silk. Has a dyed silk trim. Yes, I agree, Moogle-Sue. Tricorns are the best. I need to get one that fits me. My friend gave me one years ago, and then I got fat. Now it doesn't fit on my head right anymore. Let's see. But yeah, that's enough of me fussing over the details of a character's outfit. Welcome back, Arkrats.
Hello. Right entrance. Sorry, sometimes happens when you're doing theatre. You go through the wrong entrance, you come back.
Oh, these things, they happen. Worry not.
Where were you both at this point? Is it, can I run into the room? Does that work for what's happening, or?
Yeah, we're back in,
course.
we'll say we'll be back in the,
We're ready to go.
Yeah, we're ready to go. Back at
Awesome.
wherever the
Yeah,
departure point is.
Cool. I
We're
burst back
back
into the room,
in.
I'm like, I found it. So
Excellent.
while I've been searching in the library, what did I find?
Okay, at the collection itself, or at the exhibit for Innistrad, you find all kinds of different, like, you learn about how like vampires rule there as aristocracy.
Okay.
About how one vampire in particular decided to because he was worried about his people starving themselves to death by overhunting and killing all the people, created a guardian for the humans, which is that angel you saw, Avacyn.
Oh, Avacyn.
Yep.
Okay. Guardian Avacyn. To prevent overhunting
Yep.
of the cattle.
Exactly. And
Mhm.
the people started to rally around Avacyn as like a symbol of hope, and a church was founded, and things
Yeah.
carried on in much that way for a while.
Mhm.
Eventually, some extremely eldritch beings came to the plane, and things went sideways really fast. They seemed to corrupt a lot of things. So creatures that were touched by them would become like these like tentacle monstrosity hybrids with themselves, and
Mhm.
that included the angels of the realm,
Oh, okay.
who started slaughtering people, claiming they were impure.
Corrupted, slaughtered people claimed they were impure. Okay.
Yeah, so but before all of that, at the height of its power, the Church of Avacyn had like a really draconian, like Spanish Inquisition style thing going. It was
Yeah.
bad.
Church was Inquisition. Church was Spanish Inquisition.
Yep.
In terms of, so we're going from like, to do a shorthand, we're doing like the depictions of angels as human kind of things to what the Bible actually kind of talks about angels as like cartwheels with eyes that burn you and turn you into ash kind of thing.
Yeah, kinda. Yeah.
Fucking gnarly. Let's do it.
Yeah. The angels. The creator of Avacyn.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
Like
the Vampire Lord. Oh,
yeah.
do I get a name for the Vampire Lord?
Sorin.
Sorin
Markov.
Bowie. Sorin Markov. Which, if you know that name at all, you watched far too much of the Cracked television show. As
That's
well as
correct.
Yeah, thank you. Soren Markov.
Yeah.
Okay.
Here,
So,
let me
you were
show
saying about
you
Soren.
a
Sorry.
picture.
A picture.
Where's
Here
my
is a
favorite picture of Soren?
Mm-hmm.
That one or yeah, this is probably my favorite. Have a picture of Soren.
Waiting for this to load in the chat.
There you are.
Perfect. Oh, so damn, it's like the lead singer of a metal band. Fuck.
Yeah, kinda. Soren's pretty
so
cool.
Yeah, so basically, like, anyone who's kind of how best to describe them? So, like, if anyone looks up a picture of Fabio, age 20, and like, yeah, this is a mountain of vampire beefcake, and it's kind of like Raziel from Legacy of Kain, only with like 100 pounds extra
Mm.
and like long flowing white hair. Genuinely, like, yeah, that's actually, you can post that link in the chat, can't you?
Probably could, yeah.
Hmm.
I don't know. This is probably also copyrighted. Yeah, it's MTG
That's
art,
fair.
so like.
Oh,
but
I wasn't aware. Oh, right.
all
So,
of this
like,
is
they get
MTG art, by the way. I can't
that was
post
it.
any of this.
I didn't. Wait. So you can't post copyrighted links in a chat?
I mean, I probably could. I have no fucking idea. But like,
I was about to like. I'm getting it. Like, if that's the case, like, I really shouldn't have been sharing around like the Wikipedia articles that but then I go on like podcasts and educational stuff, so it's technically educational kind of things.
I wouldn't worry too much about it.
Yeah, okay. Well, I can describe this picture. So it's basically the image
Also-
is a sort of a very tall, muscular figure with almost like perfect like feline features. A very they've got a piercing stare. It's like they're staring right through you with cat's eyes, like literally yellow eyes, white eyebrows, white long flowing straight white hair, a very well designed aristocratic, very like expensive looking black overcoat, with strapped around the not the elbows, the forearms, are these beautiful silver gauntlets. They've got straps underneath that attach them as you would sort of like a saddle to a horse, and they are designed purely to defend the top of the back of the forearm. They have intricate designs with a sort of red jewel, not as deep as a ruby, possibly an opal, or maybe a very like a blood red tiger's eye might be a better description. And this jewel matches a larger one that is set into the over the solar plexus of the breastplate they are wearing, which is just as beautifully designed, intricately carved, as it's as if as much designed by a jeweler as it is by a blacksmith. This covers the entire chest area, stomach area, going down to a set of two belts and buckles. We are one short of a Nomura one, so just keep that in mind. And a pair of like equally sort of black riding trousers. It's a sort of waist upwards shot, and they are holding a very, very nice two-handed sword that if it were any longer or bigger, it would be a claymore. And the handle appears to be worked just as well as the gauntlets. It's potentially possible that the person who designed the armor also designed the sword as well.
Yep. And just some more art of Soren doing Soren things for you.
Now this does give away some stuff. So in the first picture, they've got the sword and it looks like they're going to attack. In the second picture, they have the sword almost like lazily in one hand to the side and are holding their own hand out. There appears to be like a strange white sort of mist in their hand, and it's as though they're snapping their fingers. And in the bottom half of the image is what is called the first crime, and it is someone in armor, their face turned away, turned towards Soren and away from the person, and they are being decimated by this mist. It is as though they are being ripped apart, inch by inch, fluid drop by fluid drop, as though they're very in the same way as described of the ribbon effect with Spencer. This is the equivalent of someone pulling someone apart at the seams, like undoing the thread on a sweater, only they are doing it to their flesh and mind and bone. And you can tell without the person is faced away, but the image invites a scream. What is more chilling about this is not a photograph, it is a painting. So this was done at the leisure of someone painting this. I think that sets up who this person is quite nice.
You are you are a brilliant actor, and you're describing this so elegantly.
Thank you. I was kind of like, it was like I could have gone with a photo. Photo makes more sense, but painting is much nastier.
It is.
Yeah, so those are the two pictures that I like. So the scene. So I've got this information on there. The other thing I would obviously search for, like trying to figure out, like I go and get materials that are good for like dealing with werewolves, dealing with vampires, but I also cross-reference what we know about these particular vampires, because I am smart enough to know and traveled enough to know that certain vampires are weaker to other things. Certain vampires work better at something. Like sunlight won't work on every vampire. A stake through the heart, you gotta know where the heart is, and not every vampire is anatomically, like they're not humans in all of them. Like if you run across a vampire that's a hybrid of something else, the heart might be far removed, or they might be just a conscious, and different vampires. Like if they're anything like the Legacy of Kain vampires, sunlight won't hurt a fully grown vampire. You need something far worse. So yeah, I'm looking for information on how to, if necessary, how to deal with them in a one-on-one, like a combat scenario, but also like it's an aristocracy, so it's kind of like the rules of etiquette that have, as corrupted as this world is, like the rules of etiquette that have come down, and also if there's any information on the Eldritch forces that have come down, like signs to look out for, ways to like not defeat them because it's Eldritch, but it's like keep them at bay, well, if there is anything, but also
The Eldritch.
The other thing,
Hmm?
just the one final thing I am looking for
Mhm.
is I want something, and I may just ask this of the curator. I want something that can instantaneously like teleport us back to the Nebulous collection, in a pinch.
Ah,
Like just as a
yes.
case of like just because this is 7 different ways to get us killed.
Oh,
it's
do
like,
not
if
worry. The
if
collection
things
values your lives.
can they do they value it while we're still in one piece, or value us in a jar to put in a vessel?
I
Either or.
don't see why it wouldn't. I don't see why it can't be both.
I mean, it can't be. I just need to update my insurance policy depending on what happens.
Oh, worry not. You'll have your escape route. Don't worry.
Excellent.
And
Yeah, yeah. This is the part where like genuinely Spencer is not worried about like I don't think anyone in the room is kind of worried about making it back in like the same piece.
Yep. He takes out from an inside pocket on his like jacket.
Oh,
He
perfect.
pulls out like this extremely beautiful lacquered wooden box.
Ooh.
Mm.
Wait, is that a coffin?
No, not this
Not sh-
time. It's
not
not
this
shaped like a
time, good.
coffin, I'm afraid.
Nice, nice,
Um,
nice.
and hands each of you from inside it, like he pulls out, and it seems like there's only 3 of them, conveniently. Strange that. In like
Mm,
little
yeah.
in like crushed velvet like cushioning. That's it. Yes,
Mm.
cushioning.
Cu-
And
Cushion.
like just the whole inside is lined with like soft fabric and velvet, and then there's like a ton of crushed velvet that each of these are resting on. And he
Mhm.
pulls them out, and they're these like they look almost like pearls, except they're
Mhm.
pitch black, and the
Mm.
more you stare at them, the more the light seems to do screwy things around them.
Mm.
Not looking too
Okay.
close at it.
If you
Perfect.
find yourself in mortal peril, simply wish to return whilst holding this, and you will find your way
Mhm.
back here, one way or another.
Mm. Good to know. And carefully put it inside. Where's going to be safest? Yeah. I uncap the bottom of the knife, and for anyone who can see inside, it's kind of like pops it inside,
Mhm.
and you swear that the as soon as it goes inside, it just kind of floats there. And as I move to put the cap back on, it moves, but it's as though it's perfectly aligned wherever it moves to. So
Hmm.
whatever's inside is like perfectly secure and can't like touch the sides or be damaged in any way.
Interesting.
Yeah. So he puts the top of the knife back on.
Hmm.
If anyone's familiar with like, are either Havelock or Whackbat familiar with like pocket
Survival
dimensions?
knives. Oh,
yeah.
Well, no,
yeah.
pocket dimensions.
Ooh.
Oh,
I
yes.
mean, Havelock would
Ah.
definitely be.
Cool. So actually, so both of you know exactly what this is. Then it's very literally a safety pocket is the nickname. It's basically a form of temporal space, very similar to a bag of holding from Dungeons and Dragons, where you pop
Mhm.
something in, and it sort of will keep it. But whereas like if a bag of holding is tipped upside down, things will fall out. If you put the cap on this, even if you like throw the knife into another dimension, if you throw this, if like the theory is if you throw this anywhere, as long as it doesn't disintegrate, the what's held inside is perfectly safe. Like
Hmm.
to whatever's inside, like it's just a little like safety area.
Mhm.
It just floats there. It's perfectly fine. The knife can be thrown down a flight of stairs. The knife could fall from the top of a building. As long as the bottom of it doesn't open and it's kind of like sealed, basically, like
Mhm.
you have to know how to open it. Whatever's inside is perfectly fine.
Hmm.
It's designed to transport the most sensitive of things. In effect, you can stick something like so sensitive that if you drop it, it explodes. You put it in the knife, it's never going to explode. So as long as the it doesn't the cap doesn't fall off, and it's not going to, well, like, because these things form basically an incantation. So unless you know how to open it, you can't open it. So yeah, so basically at least one of these for the moment is 100% safe,
Mm.
Mhm.
and the
Nice.
knife goes back. Yeah, the knife. Yeah, it's like as some of you who've been on if either of yeah, you both have been on expeditions with Spencer before.
Oh, yes.
Sure.
So yeah, you know that basically whenever like normally for documents, but whenever it's been like a vital thing that has to get back in one piece,
Mm-hmm.
it goes in the knife. It
Ah.
always goes in the knife.
Mhm.
And before now, like, it's been large enough that it fits in there and you think it's secure. This is the first time that you've watched it go in and you've watched it float there. But the minute it floats there, you're like, oh, that's how it works. Oh, okay.
Yep.
All right. All right.
It
Like,
all makes
yeah.
sense now.
Yeah.
Mhm.
All right.
Mhm.
For their part, Havelock just they actually reach around they like
Ooh,
unbutton a couple of buttons on the top of their shirt and reach for this necklace they're wearing. And it's
Mm.
just it looks like it's a little bag on a just on a piece of string, or like some well-worn yarn or twine or something. Could be
Mhm.
whatever. And they take their little pearl thing and they just put it in the bag.
Mhm.
And they just put it back under their shirt and button up their shirt again.
Mhm. Nice.
Yep.
Cool. Whackbat, do you do anything fun with it, or do you just like?
Oh, I just tuck it in a pocket. I
Oh.
roll it up in a little handkerchief, tuck it in the pocket.
Perfect.
Aw, that's nice. Okay. So yeah, we've got the escape route. I start unless I start giving out the details for like the vampires and eldritch,
Mhm.
and to those who need it, I have various gathered items to deal with. Well, actually, no. I need to find out. Like, so I don't know if you'd answer that. Is I need to get items to deal with vampires and like keep things at bay mainly.
Mm.
And
Um.
so uh,
Hmm.
I suppose actually, Professor Whackbat,
Yes.
do you have anything of the following? And basically hand them a big card with like all the sort of like things I made a list of, like eldritch things, vampires, werewolves, angels, corrupted angels, lots of tentacles, zombies, and of course the dreaded thing of all, the upper class.
Well, sadly, there's only one effective cure for the aristocracy, and I don't believe we can carry a guillotine very effectively. However, I'm not
There
much.
might be one in the town.
I'm not much for firearms, but there was a commission that came past me at some point in the past that necessitated the creation of some silver bullets that
Perfect.
I believe may suit you gentlemen who are a little better equipped to use that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So that is actually something I can procure from my lab's little armory without
Mhm.
too much ado.
Most
Nice.
excellent.
On that
Let's see.
note, I will need to make a trip to the armory,
Oh
um,
yes.
and we can go there in a second. Because I realize I've been.
I am going to step away and retrieve those things, and also IRL step out for a quick snack. So I'll be back. In just a
Fantastic.
moment.
Mhm.
Enjoy your divulgence into digestion. Okay.
That is certainly a phrase. I like it.
I mean, should have used that for body horror. Sorry.
Should have.
Okay. Cool. So, what's
All right.
Havelock doing?
Havelock is like grins a bit at the sound of silver bullets. And
Mhm.
is then like, ah, right, I should go procure more. And they like dig through their pockets as usual. And
Mhm.
they're just like um they're shuffling some stuff around into different pockets. They're like moving like a bizarre number of magazines for a pistol from one pocket into another.
Oh, that's amazing. Oh, that's cool.
Yep.
Yeah.
And just like okay, that should do. I mean, the my my sidearm is it'll I don't think I'll need silver bullets. It's a very indiscriminate eater.
Mm.
As
If
for
you don't if you don't need them, I will certainly take your extra share.
by
The
all
more the merrier.
means. Hmm.
Mhm.
Although
In that case, do you want any? We could get some. Hmm. Not entirely sure.
could never go amiss
It's
with
cut-
something for close quarters. Havelock's
Oh,
like digging around in another pocket and is like just pulls out like the only knife they have on them. It's a little pen knife. They're like, I somehow don't think this will suffice. This is more of a utility piece than anything.
Hmm. We can certainly pick something up in the armory that will be more appropriate, I think.
Mm.
Unless you can access like a dimension of thorns at all, that would maybe suffice.
Thorns?
Oh, just open up a plane to a realm of abominations, mainly made of like thorns and knives and stabby things.
I mean, well, here's the thing about opening portals to other dimensions full of hostile beings.
It's knowing how to close them.
Yeah, that and making
Mm.
sure they can't possess you.
Oh yes, the whole possession thing is in vogue, isn't it?
It's never particularly fun, that. I
Mm.
can open portals to places like that. I'm just not sure I can close them again. Or be me
That-
afterwards.
Hmm. But if you can separate the portal, that might be a nuclear option in case an eldritch abomination appears. Throw
Phew.
another. What do they? What does the movie club say? Throw a Godzilla at a Godzilla or a Mothra at a Godzilla.
Unfortunately,
Yes.
most monster intersection does not work out as neatly as you'd like.
No.
Oh,
Most
I'm
effective way to
not
kill a
looking-
monster is a man.
I'm not looking. Very nice. I'm not looking for. I mean, until the werewolf comes along, and then the werewolf very much decidedly eats the man. I'm looking more for sort of an option to leave any eldritch friends with, while we make an escape,
Hmm.
potentially. Diversion.
As a distraction. I understand.
Indeed.
I return. I have a couple of small pouches of silver shot that I hand each of you,
Perfect.
as well as we'll, undo a couple of pockets and hand each of you a small iron horseshoe.
Ooh,
Ah,
perfect.
thank you.
We have a great many things we may encounter on Innistrad, and given what I've seen, we cannot rule out the possibility of Fae.
Very true.
You're not
Do either of you-
incorrect.
Do either of you speak Fae?
Not.
Mm.
The book. Speaking is strange when you're able to understand language, any language you hear. It's a little weird.
Fair enough.
Unfortunately,
enough.
it's a bit of a dead language where I'm from.
Yeah, I
Perfect.
can make myself understood enough.
Okay.
If
That's
I
fine.
ever
I don't
had
speak
to.
it either. Yeah, I don't speak it either. It's more a case of, from what I understand it, is if you can understand them, they can make terrible deals with you. So if we can't understand them,
Hmm.
we can't fall afoul of any of the the fables that exist, essentially. So perfect.
You're not
Um,
incorrect.
Mm,
Oh, while I'm thinking of it,
mm.
Havelock does hand their share of the silver shot to
Oh,
to Spencer and is like,
Mm.
I thank you for the munitions, Professor. However, my gun is a very indiscriminate eater.
mm.
And they pull out of one of the pockets in their coat, like one of the magazines, and when you look at the bullets in them, like
Mhm.
they're made of this, like the tips are this strange, glowy material, and the casings and the bullet themselves are like covered in small engravings.
Interesting.
Yeah, Havelock clearly spent a lot of time working on these.
Mm.
I would very much like to examine those bolts at a later date when I have the opportunity to.
I
Mm.
suppose that's possible.
Mhm.
Just please don't open portals to other dimensions. It's a bad time. Either way,
Last time I did that, I ended up here, and that turned out fairly well for us.
you know what? That's a valid point. Um,
Well, sometimes it happens the way it's meant to, and other times it doesn't.
ain't that the story of life? So,
Mm.
to the armory.
To the armory.
And the armory of the Nebulous Collection.
Mm.
Past not one, but 3 sets of, like, heavy, blast-proof, vault-style doors.
Mhm.
Guarded by, like, strange entities. There are gargoyles sitting there, doing their vigil, and they are very much living stone beings.
Mhm.
And eye you suspiciously as you walk up to the first door.
Mhm. Amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, it's us.
And they,
Fine
like,
day, isn't it, chaps?
Havelock just nods politely.
Mhm.
They all look you over for a moment, and then the doors begin opening.
Cool.
Mm-hmm. The
Uh,
first door is like a giant, like, bank vault style door.
nice.
Mm-hmm. Alright, and beyond that, heavy set of, like, wrought iron double doors.
Mhm.
And those start opening as well, and, the whole process happens. There is actually more gargoyles within each layer. But,
Mhm.
like, you are known to the collection.
Yes.
And the final door is just a door. Like, just a plain oak door.
Yeah.
And it is
Uh,
the most dangerous of them all.
Yep. And I go up straight to the door and do the secret, diabolical incantation of the Nebulous Collection. I knock politely 3 times.
Mm-hmm.
Hello there. It's my name today is Spencer. I'm with Havelock and Professor Whackbat, and we require an assortment of armaments for a journey to. And he sort of pulls out the piece of paper again. We are going to the world of Innistrad. We need stuff to deal with vampires, the eldritch, and corruptions. Oh my.
Mm-hmm. And, you hear, like, what sounds almost like an automated message of stand clear of opening doors.
Yeah. And it's sort of like, oh yes, and look down, and there's like a very nicely painted yellow line on the floor, so step
Yup.
back over the line.
Exactly. And
Yep, so
the door
stand back
swings
and just
open.
cool.
And it
And
is inside of this place is
Mhm.
it is it's because it's the damn museum. It is still very display like, but there are also there is everything from, like, corkboard wall racks covered in, like, every survivalist's wet dream of an arsenal to
Mhm.
like, more vintage displays housing single pieces here or there. Everything is labeled. Um, Most of the weapons are sorted by type or category. And there is like a little tablet console when you walk in
Mm.
that you can use to
Mhm.
search up things.
Nice.
Yup.
Cool. I go in and I immediately go up to the tablet. I wait for it to recognize me, and I start looking for a. I turn to Havelock and go. You definitely don't need anything. That one is more than enough for what you need, right?
I mean, the gun is nice. Couldn't hurt to have something for more close quarters engagements,
Cool. Cool.
I'm
Say no
not-
more.
yeah.
I immediately look up shotguns.
Oh no! Perfect. Swear to God, if there's a pile of coins next to this fucking thing, I'll lose my mind. Anyway, yeah, okay. So,
It's
the
call him have lock and load.
yep. All right. So, shotgun. The it like one of the walls just kind of morphs, and there's just a lot of shotguns there.
Yep.
And you know, as the
I'm
collection is
picturing this-
wont to do.
Yeah, I'm picturing this very similar to like Kingsman, where it sort of reveals and it's just like beautiful wood panels with like just a load of firearms.
Kinda, yeah.
Yeah.
That sounds about right.
I turn to Havelock and go, pick your card.
Havelock looks over a few of them, and like looks at a lot of the more modern ones, like with a bit of confusion on their face, and then settles on and then it's like looks at their like is like slowly reaching towards, like with a look that can only be described as lust on their face, towards like this quad-barreled monstrosity before like looking down at their own arms and being like, and then just grabbing a good old-fashioned double-barreled hunting piece.
Nice. Classic model.
Yep.
Perfect. When as soon as Havelock has returned to where we are, Professor Whackbat, arm of choice.
Find me a cannon.
I go for cannons.
Okay, this display is quite something. The room itself shifts to accommodate the choices available. But you see everything from modern artillery trucks and howitzers to like old school like fucking royal class cannons from like ships.
Yeah, I like to imagine at this point that essentially it's gone by what it's calling a fun, affectionately genre. So in one area you've got a ship and it's just got cannons on it, and then another is like a trench set with tanks and various other things, and just goes like that around the room.
So Mulligan looks at that array of military hardware with a little bit of a curled lip. That's a bit much, isn't it? And starts to move down the line towards smaller and more portable versions of same.
Okay.
Past artillery pieces and flat cannons, and past things like rocket launchers and grenade launchers, and towards something that really just sort of looks like a small hand-mounted catapult. And it is essentially a militarized wrist rocket. You could think of it that way.
Beautiful.
Think sort of like like I said, like a wrist-mounted catapult, the sort of thing that you could light a fuse, set it in there, and just sort of fling. Simple is best. Simple range extension for a handheld explosive. The same we used in the trenches.
Speaking of which, there is if you need it next to the cannon, there is like ammunition appropriate for what you need if you need additional resources.
Probably just to fill a small burlap sack with the same.
Nice.
Havelock does much the same. They have like an ammo pouch and a belt for the gun now, and they you see them filling it with like they're taking a variety of different shells. You're seeing them grabbing like dragon's breath and like coin shot and flechettes. All kinds of nonsense. They're like, ooh, shotguns. I never thought of those.
Fantastic. So as soon as Whackbat's back to his place, I essentially like I know immediately what I'm looking for, so I put in um, rifles and small arms.
Oh boy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, also, I would say I think in every parts or like in all parts of the exhibit there are like certain like hey, this is part of the collection, but it's also a good weapon.
Mm-hmm.
So like each
Mm-hmm.
category has like a few things that are either like cursed or have a big story from a place. And
Mm-hmm.
there's like little plaques commemorating them, but like when you do rifles and small arm when you like type in essentially small arms,
Mm-hmm.
it'll like it is there's just a baffling array of choices.
Mm-hmm.
Everything from like Derringer style like real tiny like card pistols to like fucking like assault rifles, some long rifles,
Mm-hmm.
like a lot of bolt actions, and just like it is almost a history of firearms. And a
Yeah.
lot of future stuff too, energy based weapons, some
That's
plasma
impressive.
stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, pick your favorite.
Yeah. Let's see. Let's go with the range. So immediately, I take small arms. I take a bit more time over, but for long arms, I take I look for a sniper rifle.
Mm.
And I look for one that allows for multiple shots before reloading.
All
Um,
right, magazine
yeah.
fed. You want bolt
hmm
action, semi-automatic.
I'm going with bolt action, but I'm also going with I'm looking for one that's been customized to allow for plasma shots as well as well plasma and light rounds essentially. So concentrated like bullets of light that explode on impact.
So sort of like lasers. Um,
So essentially, I pick up one called the Alucard, and
perfect.
the rounds are called stakes.
Mhm.
Um,
Beautiful.
and I for small arms there is there's a revolver. That's perfect actually, a revolver. Um, with two. No, actually, no, that wouldn't work for a design. It's a six shooter basically, two
Hmm.
six shooters. Um, and I sort of pick those up and load them with the silver shot, and holster them. Uh, and is there anything else that would be good to pick up? Um, got the two revolvers, got the sniper for long distance. Um, oh, that should do.
Hmm.
I type in like no, the ammunition would be there. So, um, hmm. I do a quick search for like silver bullets, uh sacred bullets, just to see what comes up,
Hmm.
and and uh what's called incapacity rounds,
Mm.
just to see what comes up in the search.
Mhm.
All right. Let's see. When you type in, so for those criteria, one of the things you get is like bullets for the rifle
Mm-hmm.
that are clearly they just say like mercury tipped, created from like this like melted down crucifix at St. Andrew's Cathedral. Um,
Ooh, perfect. My alma mater. No, he doesn't say that.
yep.
I actually
And
no. A quick aside though, I like I have family and friends who both went to St Andrews, so that's quite funny to me.
perfect.
Mm-hmm.
And that's and then what was the last one you were looking for?
I said, what did I say? Basically anything that we could fire that would slow. I said like debilitating rounds or like things that could poison or slow things
Ah.
down or like anything status effect. That's what I kind of was
Hmm.
looking for. Status effect rounds.
What you
Mhm.
get are these you get bullets that'll fit into your rifle, and they're
Mm-hmm.
just labeled what are they? How about How about sticky rounds is what they're called. And they
Mm.
it shows a little demo of how they work, and they on impact with something, instead of punching through it, like the bullets on impact with anything will just sort of crack open. And it's just this almost instantly hardening cement. It's this like goo cement stuff that'll just insta harden. So if you shoot someone in the foot with it, it'll probably glue their foot to the floor, or
Nice.
that sort of thing.
Yeah, cement-like form that sticks people to floors. Amazing, cool. That's perfect. They sit very carefully in like the box that they come in. I like pull out some tape and just tape over the top a little more securely. Put away, because the last thing I want is those fucking things going off.
That'd be a day.
They sit like I put them in a separate bag and put it away, because it's like at least like if they go off, the bag will harden and then I've got a weight.
Right.
But if they go off elsewhere, okay. I shoulder the rifle, the guns go away, knife and everything, and I just like think that's everything. Perfect. Let's go on.
Let's.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And they are and yeah, you make it to now that you're all kitted out, you've done this before. It's time to go to the door room.
Yes. Double checking that I've got the right coordinates, the right star chart, and the right sort of just the right details to follow. Head to the room of doors.
All right. And there you just see this like just as always. Miss how about Miss fuck it, Marigold. Miss Marigold is there as usual. Sitting there. Yep. She's sitting at a desk, still wearing her glasses and endlessly writing things in papers. So, like, the desk is just stacked high with tons of papers. There's, like, an old typewriter on the desk, along with, like, ink blotters, pens. And right now, it's, there is a sign hanging off of the door that says, like, Mrs., or Miss Tanya Marigold. And hanging off of that, like, plaque sign is just out to lunch back in half an hour. And, she's just still sitting at her desk, smoking a cigarette and reading a newspaper.
Love it.
Yep.
Is there a time on the thing that says out to lunch, or is it just like out to lunch is flipped over?
Says out to lunch is just flipped over. Yeah, it's just flipped over. And she is occasionally taking bites of a sandwich on a plate.
I approach the desk and go, Miss Marigold, good to see you.
She, like, looks up at you and smiles. Good to see you too, Spencer. Anything I can help you with today?
Passage to Innistrad.
Innistrad.
If it's possible.
And she, like, looks down at the sign on her desk and is like, I suppose that's enough lunch. And, takes the sign off. And, oh no, it's fine. Also, this room is, like, it is literally just a seemingly endless hallway with her desk in the center of it, and there's just doors on both sides of the hallway, as far as your eye can fucking see, and they're all different style doors.
Yeah.
And she's just, like, starts writing something down, and one of the doors next to you just opens, and you feel a sort of force pulling you into it.
Nice. Moogle's saying visualizing Miss Marigold is like Roz from Monsters Inc.
Oh God!
I mean, it's like the temperament is definitely sunnier.
Yeah.
I was imagining. I can't. The name escapes me. It's the.
I'm reminded.
The person who comes on as the that does everything like receptionist and administrator for Ghostbusters.
No joke. Like, I am cribbing this whole cloth from a show called Drifters, which
Oh,
is like
nice.
where except the dude in the hallway, like endlessly smoking cigarettes, is like low key implied to be God, and he's just a bored administrator writing at a desk and pointing people into different areas.
It sounds about right.
It's a
Sounds about right.
time. It's great.
Okay, cool. So we feel the
Carry on.
pulling. So start to move towards the door to allow
Mhm.
it to pull us in.
And she's like, "Have a safe trip. I wish you well."
Thank you very much.
Thank you
Whack it,
much.
And then jump in.
Yep. And you see, the last thing you see before you disappear into the door is her putting the out to lunch sign back on her name tag.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, before I disappear, because I haven't dropped it at all, and it's still like good. I put down my my plate with Balani, which still has like stuff separate, which I'm not like. I've taken off what I've eaten and
Yep.
like left, and it's like it's quite nice with the mint sauce, mint dip. woo.
She like smiles and nods,
Mhm.
and that's that.
Yeah.
And
Woo.
now, it's always it always feels a little strange coming to a new world. You know, different sounds, different smells, sometimes different gravities. Doesn't seem to be the case this time.
That's good at least.
Mhm.
And but yeah, you arrive and there is literally a door. Like the door you come out of is just standing in an empty field.
Mhm.
And as all three of you pass through it, it closes and then just kind of disappears.
Mhm.
And you're standing in you're standing in like a field. It's nighttime right now, and there's a graveyard like within eyesight of you. Like you starting to see like where the field turns into gravestones. Some of
Mhm.
them are cracked or damaged, but most of them are kept pretty pristine.
Mhm.
Let's see. There's woods off to your left,
Mhm.
and almost straight ahead of you is a village.
So let me just double check the bearings. So straight ahead, village.
Mhm.
Straight ahead, village. Off to the right, did you say woods?
Yeah, sure. Woods can be off
Um,
to the right.
What was the third thing you said? Discord cut out a little bit.
Oh, no worries. What did I say? Right. You can see like maybe near the village, like you see this is like a big rolling plains around the place, and like you can see where they've just started like it's just like the whole thing sort of works as a graveyard, and they just start adding more graves as time has gone on.
Okay, yeah. So
Yeah.
it's a case of like they've expanded it because more have died. So what
Yep.
was the graveyard is
Yep.
village graveyard expanded. Cool. Right. Turn to the colleagues and go. Well, we're here.
Mm. You see a lot of the newer graves lack the symbol of the Church of Avison.
Oh. Right. How close are we to the graves? Like, can we read what's on the graves quite clearly?
Yeah.
Okay. I look over the graves
Mhm.
and I look for, as close as I can tell, the last date. Like I look for the newest graves and what the date is on them,
Mhm.
and then I work backwards to see when the last time that symbol was on them.
It's been
1 year since you looked. Sorry.
I want to say 6 months, maybe.
So very recent then, 6 months
Mhm.
since the change.
Yep.
I mean, cool. When we came out the door, did we hear somebody? No, okay. I'm sorry.
Ugh, no.
Hey, now
That's the real nightmare.
you're an all-star. 3 for 3. Cool. Okay, so 6 months ago.
Yep.
So I'd say to the colleagues, what went down with the eldritch nightmares or eldritch creatures? It's a very recent thing. We may still find.
Oh, right. I was about to say. It slipped my mind completely.
Okay.
There was a conclusion to the Eldritch thing.
Oh, okay.
Right. You remember when I said the moon looked a bit strange because it had some weird looking symbol on it?
Mm-hmm.
They imprisoned the Eldritch thing in the moon.
Oh, great.
Yep.
Oh, great.
Yeah, a bunch of people from another place, sort of like you, actually, seemed to, imprison the fucking thing in the moon. Which, good for them.
I
Eldritch,
suppose
right,
that
so
worked out.
Eldritch being held in the moon.
Now,
Um,
that is not to say that the many, many things it spawned are not still wandering the countryside.
oh yeah, you've gone
course
Bloodborne
not.
on me here. Thanks.
Oh, it's very
Um,
Bloodborne-y.
Spawn of being in the wilderness, as Sue says, as you do. What else would you do with it? Where else would you store your
Eldritch.
being?
I mean, yeah. Where else do you store your Eldritch beings, really?
IKEA.
Oh my god, this is completely
That's what the
unrelated to.
names are.
Yeah, this is completely unrelated to anything. But like, my friend sent me a thing, and I'm not sure if it's real or not. But even the meme
Mhm.
of it, if it's not true, amuses me. Was the
Mhm.
fucking IKEA, like someone
Yeah.
apparently got arrested for turning IKEA
Yeah.
into a labyrinth you can't escape
Yeah.
from.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's
One of
amazing.
my one of my favorite books, by the way, is called Horror Stir.
Oh,
with the
yeah.
umlaut O, and it's basically a psychological horror comedy set in a fictional like rival to IKEA,
It's
and
so
it's
good.
designed like an IKEA catalog. If you can get a physical copy,
I'm so excited about
it's
that. I still need one.
yeah, genuinely amazing. It's by Grady Hendrix. It came out 2014.
Mm.
It's just genuinely like a really, really well designed book. It's like I think it's 200 pages at most. It's quite short. Yeah, it's such a good book. I hope they turn it into a movie or something. Okay, so in that note, I would ask then before I left if you've mentioned like people like me in terms of like people who've sealed it, whether or not the Nebulous Collection, and I would have put this to the curator, the Nebulous Collection had sent any agents of the collection down to deal with this at any point.
No. And that's the interesting bit.
Yeah, it is.
There are dimension hopping people out there who don't work for the collection or even work for anything.
In that case, I would take one additional firearm. And I would I would search for the essentially I would search for weapons that disable the not disable that stop what would I would search for the vacuum.
Oh.
And the vacuum is so essentially I'd search for pistols that if you fire and hit someone, they send them back through to where they came from.
Oh boy. Oh, that's a time. All right.
And for fairness, I am happy to roll whatever you decide is fair for the amount of actual bullets this thing has, because that's like an OP weapon.
Yes, it is. Throw me a d6.
D6. Okay.
Yep.
And this is how many bullets I get. So 1d6. I've done that wrong.
Nope.
Okay. Wow.
You got 5.
That was generous. I've got 5 bullets. But then again, you decide how many if that's a route, how many of these dimension novels
5
exist. Kind of.
Yeah.
Cool. Like 5
well,
shots.
the thing is, they haven't come back since. So like,
right.
You know.
But I want to have it. So
oh, definitely.
So I have the vacuum, and
the vacuum.
5 shots. Yeah.
Yeah, I got this gun. I call it a big suck.
Ooh woo. It literally makes the incantation of the ooh woo. Okay, so yeah, but I mean, this thing's designed to either send it back through a dimension or send you back to like your send you back to your home planet. So basically, like it's essentially a forced teleporter.
Yep.
So
all right,
cool. I have like that. Yeah. So okay. Yeah. So 6 months. So it's like okay. So 6 months since the thing's gone down. So they sealed it away. So then it goes like, well, Well, gentlemen, we have the woods, we have this
Mm.
graveyard we can explore for a bit, or we have a few other sites around here.
We're looking for a lantern, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Indeed.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. Ah, yes, one other thing.
Mm-hmm.
Shit, what the hell was I about to say? Probably wasn't important anyway.
Don't tell me that.
I forgot, which means it probably wasn't that important.
Fair enough. If this comes back later on, oh yeah, this is the thing that you should have known 3 hours. I swear to God.
Nope,
I'm kidding.
no, I'm not that. I'm not that guy.
Yeah.
Let's see. No, I firmly dislike the idea of the GM being like an antagonistic. Ugh, I don't like
you
those
ate my
kinds.
first GM then.
I do not like games like that. Like I'm like, listen, I'm here to help you tell a story. I'm not here to make your life hell.
Same. Yeah.
Cardiacs would have hated you, by the way.
Mm,
But he was also
let's
kind of an
see.
asshole.
yeah.
So the village the village we see in front, is it
Mhm.
is it discernible as like the werewolf village or the town that I saw in my scrying?
Nothing in particular. The only thing that really grabs your attention is that some of it is still damaged. And a
Oh,
lot
yes.
of the a lot of the houses, especially, look rather new. And they're like that German Gothic style where it's like all stone, and then there's like wood planks here and there, and it's a lot of.
Mm.
It's really cool. I love Gothic architecture so much.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. So I guess sort of do the thing of get ready for everything and
Mhm.
and sort
Oh!
of start.
I remembered what I was gonna say before.
Sure.
Yeah, you do recall, like, you've gone on these before, and you're definitely bringing
Mm.
technology that they don't have to this.
Got you.
So it's
Okay.
like, the guns are there if you fucking must.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Yeah, telling everybody this, it's kind of like, all right,
Yeah.
holster weapons, use if need be. Better if we use individual items, like swords and various other things. If you've got something to hand, I will possibly just there's like you can see as long as the handle is held, it just looks like a standard knife.
Mm-hmm.
So he it basically is like, yeah, we'll keep these things as simple.
Yeah.
We're going back a couple of generations in terms of weaponry here.
Mm. And Havelock suddenly looks around, looks at their own hands for a second, is just like, right. Oh, right. You went through the portal, the marks on Havelock changed. Now they're like this really deep sapphire blue. And they're less, I'd say less angular. They're a lot more like, before they were more geometric patterns about something. Now they're more organic, ripply, almost. There's a sort of almost like fluid motion to them. They're not literally moving, but you'd swear they seem to be. It's just an optical illusion from the lines.
Yeah, so Havelock tattoos. Okay, so they're moving motion things. Yeah. Just sort of like clever.
You're like, huh, well, that's new.
And yeah, it's like, yeah, so it's kind of like taken by surprise a little bit, and then just sort of, yeah, just acknowledge that it's happened. I guess I would say like, are you because it's moving a little, I'll be like, that's can that stay still? Will that will that be
still?
constant?
What do you? And I look at the things and like, oh, that's strange. I have no idea. Let me hold on. And Havelock closes their eyes and just like holds their hands out a bit, like just up, palms up in front of them, and it's like starts. They start muttering something under their breath, and this like bluish smoky light seems to gather in their palms for a moment. And then these two motes sort of like in a sort of double helix pattern like spiral around each other upwards a bit and then seem to like touch the top of Havelock's head. And this like the smoke just starts enveloping them, and as they come out of it, their marks are just not there. They're like,
Nice.
yeah, I always forget about the marks. I can glamour them away. Sorta. Anything that can see through glamours can see my marks, but you know, most people should be fine. I hope.
It won't come up much.
Yeah, I hope it won't come up much.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's cool. So sure, like I put the guns in there's nothing fancy about this. It's literally like the pistols are put behind the back, and the shirt is like they're tucked under the shirt so they can't be seen. The rifle is would they have anything in the way of like like they wouldn't have any form of hunting rifles. Is the
No.
is the right? Okay.
This is entirely a pre-gunpowder world.
Got you.
Also, they had magic.
I mean,
Yes. They also have magic.
Yes, have magic. Okay. The yeah. So I take the rifle, and I essentially take out the ammo and like take it apart. Doesn't take me very long, but like just do that. Like put the parts away in my bag.
Okay.
So it's like it's gonna So if we get into combat, it'll take me a bit of time to get the rifle back together. But it's kind of like I will like essentially just because I don't want to tip anybody off.
That's valid. You know those like gun sheaths you can put on your back? Like best example I can think of off the top of my head is like Sir Hammerlock has in Borderlands. Havelock just has one of those for the shotgun.
Sure. Yeah.
And their sidearm is just hidden away, and like on their back it just looks like this bizarre club. Just looks like a weirdly angular club.
Yeah, perfect. Cool.
Hi,
hey,
Kitty.
Kitty's lurking.
Hello.
Welcome.
Yes.
Oh, right. I didn't get to describe Havelock's outfit to you, Arkrat.
Oh, yes, please.
Blue and gray tweed. A lot of blue and gray tweed. They have like black leather thigh boots and like the patches on their long tweed coat because of goddamn course. And they have a black leather tricorn with a nice, just a handsome blue trim. It's probably dyed silk, if you had to guess.
Nice.
Yeah.
In that case, Havelock Spencer has dressed up a little bit as well. They have changed into more of they still have like hard wearing like trousers. It's more like farming trousers. Just gonna be lurking. So no worries, Kitty. Have a good one. Lurk away. Feel free to pet our cat if it makes you feel better. So they're wearing much more of like a if since they know that from what you've said is like pre-gun thing, so they're wearing much more of like a farmer, a working land kind of thing. But they do have like a laird or a lord of the manors like tweed like jacket and a cravat with like a pin. The hat is gone. So for the first time you see kind of they've slicked their hair back. So it's kind of like the waves, and there's like salt and pepper look to the hair. So it's like it's slicked back, it's fine. So they look very much like a lord of a manor. They look like they've wandered fields, but they own it, kind of thing. So they've got that particular look to them. The cravat is a deep mauve isn't the word I want to go, but it's like almost like just a deep red.
Burgundy.
almost bordering
Burgundy,
Burgundy.
or
Thank
yep.
you. Yes, it's Burgundy with the sort of jewel in the middle is, or the pin in the middle is uh
Ooh,
almost white silver. So
nice.
it's a very, it's a very particular look to it. They've got a 5 o'clock shadow, but it's a well maintained 5 o'clock shadow.
Oh.
So and the sort of checkered look, for a shirt kind of thing.
Mm,
So yeah, for all
nice.
intents and purposes, look like they own land essentially.
Hmm. I'm into it. Right.
Mhm.
Oh yes, Havelock has swapped out their traditional cigarettes for cigars.
Oh, perfect. Yes, and
Yep.
on that note, they're a
This is their adventuring
uh
gear.
yes,
And a leather
you
backpack.
you see Spencer takes out 3 boxes of matches and goes, one for you, and one for me, for lighting pipes and other things.
Oh yeah, Havelock definitely they have they just have a series of like smoking cases, but instead of those cigarettes,
Mhm.
they have one with cigars, and they have a small box of
Yeah.
wooden matches.
Yeah, absolutely. Because it's like, if we're going back a bit, we'd best not use the standard liquid lighters.
Hmm.
Mhm.
Also, it simply
Uh,
ruins the flavor of cigars.
true.
mm,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
and I imagine Professor Whackbat didn't need to change a damn thing.
I changed out of my smoking jacket into something that was not smoking.
Mm. Oh, smoking for non-smoking? Of course, got you. Cool. Lovely. Is there a path, or is it like we're in the middle of like we're on grass? Is there a path through the woods to the village?
um, there's a path to the village.
Okay.
Oh, right. The one
Ooh.
last thing. Like Havelock
Mhm.
normally just keeps their hair down loose, or they like tie the top, or they like keep it half up with a
Mm,
ribbon.
okay.
It's tied back in like in a simple neat braid with like a leather thong.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Perfect. Unless there's anything we want to do at the graves here, gentlemen, anything more to examine, we should make our way.
I think so.
Hmm. Cool. Let's. Okay. Checking very, very carefully as we go forward. Start making our way along the path. Checking for anything in the bushes either side. Any kind of nasty traps that have been left to catch people on the road into the village. Looking for looking for the kind of things that you would leave if you were worried about werewolves or vampires or things coming to attack your village.
Um. Let's see. There's not a lot in the way of like. There's walls around the city. That is
Mhm.
something of a running theme with places like this, and
Mhm.
there's watchtowers who
Mhm.
definitely notice you.
Mhm.
And like as you draw closer, you do hear like a loud bellowing voice being like, "State your business."
Mhm.
Is that to us?
Oh yeah.
Yes, it is. It is to us. I sort of look up and go, "Hell!" Oh, while I'm researching, did I get any names of villages?
Uh. n- Fuck.
Because is like the whole planet's called Innistrad, or is it the village is called Innistrad? That I should have double checked this beforehand.
The planet, the place.
Yeah.
But let's see. This village could be Herondale. We'll go with Herondale.
Mm.
No, Heronvale.
Heron Vale.
There we
Okie
go.
dokie. Yeah. So, I say, "Hell, we have come. Hey, we have come to speak. Nope, that's not going to work. What would they say? What would work here? So it's,
I said good day,
"Hey,
sir.
yes, good day." It's like, "Good day. We have come to simply see the sights of Heronvale and discuss business."
Wandering merchants in the middle of the night.
Mm-mm.
More
Like,
power to
wait,
you.
yeah. Oh, you believe you me, we have a couple of interesting business prospects to speak. I forgot to check what time of day it was. Thank you for the clue on there. Hey, Blue Magnus, welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, it's we go like indeed. We need to seek some shelter for the evening and then discuss some things during the day regarding title deeds and various other things land, and then we'll be on our way again.
Well, Heronvale won't say no to new people looking to help in reconstruction. We can use any goods you can set up trains for.
Excellent. Logistics is something of a specialty in regards to things. I'd be happy to speak to anywhere. Anywhere in particular you can recommend for the night?
Let's see. There's... Ugh, I need to come up with names off the top of my head, and I'm profoundly bad at it. Good name for a fun tavern.
Look at your liquor cabinet.
You know what? Good fucking point. Let's just do that. Let's see. There's the cloud.
I would just start with drunken as an adjective and go from there. Probably work.
Yeah, that does work.
Drunken huntsman.
Perfect. Yes. Well, there's the drunken huntsman.
Perfect.
Yep. Decent
like
food, decent drink, all right beds.
Sounds great to us. Who should we we'll make our way in there. Any rules of the town, any particular things in act if we're in curfew? I'd hate to arrive here and sully a good name accidentally.
Same as any civilized place. Don't steal, don't kill. Don't deface graves. But, you know, you already know not to do that. And,
good lord, do we know not to do that?
In your travels, did you happen to see any of the last of the Abyssinians around?
Not as such, but we keep an eye out for that kind of thing.
Bunch of marauding lunatics.
Terrible, terrible.
Oh well, either way. Wouldn't say no to helping, or wouldn't say no to some extra hands protecting the town if it comes to it, but that's a lot to ask of random strangers.
Random strangers, perhaps, but we're random strangers with our way around danger, as it were. If it could, we could serve of some use. Again, help with logistics of all sorts, but hopefully it will not come to that.
Well, here's hoping.
Have a good one, if we are able to pass, unless you need anything else from us.
That'll do.
Safe watch, and start walking on.
All right. Let's see. So yeah, you make it into the town. It's a lot of like night crews. Jesus Christ. It's a lot of Night's Watchmen. There's a few people around here or there, just like going places and doing things. There's, you know, it's an old village. It's an, like, rustic village. There's not much of a nightlife. There's the odd person going here or there. The drunken huntsman seems to be it's like lights are still on.
Okay. The drunken huntsman, does it is there any signs that it's kind of like a rowdy place, or is it just like a standard sort of like pub bar inn from the outside?
You don't hear any noise, and no one's flown out through a window or door yet, so
Perfect. Hub of civilization then.
Yes.
Yup.
Perfect. To get an idea of how, like, are there any horses tied up outside?
There's a couple in a stable next to the place. Doesn't look too bustling though.
Great. Lovely. Walk up to the door, as it were, and like open it to go in.
All right.
I was trying to think of,
Inside is a
I just imagine like Western doors for a second. Like that's not what it is, and then just kept going.
not quite, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Oh, what's the sign above the door for the pub?
Huh. The Drunken Huntsman's sign is I forget what those caps are called. What are those Robin Hood style caps actually called? Are they just called hunter's caps?
Oh,
Alpine cap, I believe.
Alpine caps. Yep.
I believe.
I think you're right. I'm gonna have a look for the picture of that. Very quickly.
I'm not sure, but it's like it's a silhouette of a person wearing one of those and using a bow.
It is. It's an older picture. Oh, perfect. Are they holding a tankard and merry?
Mhm,
Yes. They have a
Correct.
bow in one hand and a tankard in the other.
Alpine cap, bow in one hand.
I will sniff a little bit at that terrible bow discipline.
Tankard in the definitely tankard
You're
in the
not
other.
incorrect.
Big smile and well-oiled black mustache.
Oh yeah. I guess the sign could be painted. That's fine.
Sign is painted.
All right, I like that.
Cool. Yeah, it's properly hanging there, kind of thing.
By
Lovely.
Cocket?
Blycoid? I don't.
Is that
Oh,
what the hat is called?
Yeah, I think it. Yeah.
Ooh, cool.
Let's have a quick look. I think that is. Let's have a look.
Oh, nice. Thank
yes,
you.
It is. It's a style. Yes. Mughal is incredibly knowledgeable of
That is awesome.
costumes and various other things. So yeah, that's exactly
Bicorns
what
look
it is.
kind of
Bicorn.
badass too. They're not as
Yeah,
cool
yeah,
as
yeah.
tricorns, but they're all right.
I want to draw your attention to, if anyone's looking at the image, there is a picture marked 14th century cap of maintenance for the historical headwear, and the person is like, "Are you fucking serious?" That's perfect.
14th
Okay, yeah. Amazing.
Hmm.
Yeah. So cool. That's the sign. Yeah, push in the door and go in.
All right. And yeah, inside is a there's like the odd person here or there at the bar.
Mm-hmm.
And the like the person actually serving drinks is everyone, no one seems to be talking. There's not any music playing. It's a little late in the evening. The lanterns are a bit dim. And
Okay.
but everyone just almost simultaneously turns and eyeballs you the second you walk in.
Yep. And as I have done in actual pubs where that happens, take a second just to kind of so this is genuinely what I do. I
Mhm.
don't look at anybody in the room. I take a minute to browse the liquor on the
Mhm.
bar. Like literally to browse, like just take a second, like literally just standing there for 30 seconds, like just or a bit longer,
Mhm.
and then walk straight up to the bar and like nod at the barkeep as I'm speaking to them. So like don't look at anybody else in the bar, literally just head there as like, I'm going for a drink. Like that's all I'm here for. I'm going for a drink.
All right.
Sensible.
Yeah,
Mhm.
genuinely, that's like I've done that in pops where they have looked to us, and it's amazing how like just like taking a look, as long as people get it's like, oh, he's looking for a drink, they turn back.
Mhm.
It's like it works.
All right. I will bear that in mind next time I hit up a dive bar.
Yeah.
Okay. But yeah,
Like you might get stopped on the way to the bar, but like
Eh,
it like it's a
unlikely.
decent level of success. Yeah.
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 All right. So, let's see. For a liquor selection, there's not tons. It's certainly not a bar as we'd understand it. There's like barrels of cider, mead,
Sure.
ale.
Sure. Have they got
They do
got,
have
like,
schnapps.
Well, I was gonna say, is there wine on the
Oh yeah,
the bar?
there's wines.
Lovely stuff. Yeah,
It is a
it's
nice
actually-
pub.
Yeah,
Red
well-
or dark
well,
red?
yeah. I mean, Mughal and I are probably thinking of some places we know in Scotland that actually would fit this like to a T.
Ooh.
So yeah, I go up and just go like, "Good evening to you.
Evening.
Whatever you've got in the way of red wine, whatever you got in the way of wine or port, and
Hmm.
whatever gentleman Drink of choice.
Havelock's looking it over and is like, let's start with a mead.
Mead for one.
Darkest beer you had.
Beer for this one.
And yeah, like within like a minute or a moment or two.
Hey Nick, you've got a drinking buddy. Moogle Sue says all the mead.
Oh, I fucking love mead. I have a bottle of mead right here.
Oh, they miss mead. Oh, dear
I have
me.
a bottle of Viking's blood, and it's delicious. Let's refresh the cider. I'm not grabbing drinks from my mini fridge. No, sirree, Bob.
I think it's perfect. I think it's perfect. It's kind of like you're handing them out and everything. Would it be okay for the sake of like convenience and storytelling and stuff, just going forward, that I made sure to grab get some currency from the collection. Yeah, the Nebius collection. So I have a decent amount. Not like if we get like
we're not wealthy.
We'll be a target of things. No, we're not wealthy, but we have enough. Like we've calculated the spending money we need for like the trip kind of thing. So.
Oh hell yeah! No, we no the collection absolutely provides you with currency. That's
fantastic. Yeah, so I've got the relevant currency to go ahead with this kind of thing.
Fucking imagine that for a moment. You are kidding. The museum kits you out with all the gear you could want, gives you the nicest shit available, gives you a goal and information. Enjoy being penniless when you get there, fucko.
I mean, there are certain hard modes in games and stuff. Sorry, no cash, can we watch the... Oh my god, yeah. But you know, there are some DMs out there who's like, oh, you never asked for it. It's like, fuck you.
Oh, no.
So we don't need to.
I remember someone posted in a Discord about how like they were made by a DM to go back to they didn't bring any they forgot to say that they were bringing mining equipment.
Oh
so
my
they
god.
were made to go back an hour and a half. And all I had to say with that is like, if they're such a good DM, it's like, surely the mining village has mining equipment. So are you telling me these seasoned miners don't have spares in case an axe head breaks or something? It's like, come on.
Yeah, like, GMs like that are actual fucking cancer, and I hate them.
Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, I wait for the drinks and like obviously hand them to the friends. And it's kind of I turn like, gentlemen, if you would care to find a table that's suitable, we can discuss our business.
That would be lovely. And Havelock goes and finds a table. And it's empty.
Yeah.
There are several of them.
Perfect. I turn back to the barkeep and as I'm paying, I make a bit of small chat. It's like, good day for you?
Been all right. And she's she has I forget what the outfits are called. Like the like quote unquote like peasant style dresses where it's the where they have like the lace up fronts.
Oh yeah, okay. Moogle Sue, you probably know exactly what we're talking about, so.
Yep. And you go to like just typical quote unquote like bar wench outfit. Yeah, pretty much.
Cheers,
pretty
Moogle.
much.
Cheers, Moogle Sue.
Thanks.
Cheers, Moogle. I know exactly what level of sarcasm you put that in, honestly. Glad I can help. Yeah, cheers.
Yeah, I would love to know what those are called because like also the picture of you in the I presume that's you and a friend is lovely. And that tricorn is majestic.
That's lovely. It's a beautiful illustration. I've seen it like when it's gone live, and it's just fantastic. Lovely. What else do I ask in the small talk there of like yes, sort of go. Any good day so far? No attacks or worries upon the village?
Nothing too serious today. Think one of the loggers got an injury, but Dave will recover.
Well, as long as they've got some fingers left, you can keep doing the work. That's what I was always told. You know.
Oh, they'll manage.
I do have to wonder and sort of take the tone lower. It's like the watch asked us if we'd seen any Avacyn. there haven't been any recent incursions that we need to be aware of while we're here. We won't be very long, but
Hmm.
we just need to know if we should be prepared during the night to rise and help.
From what I've heard, what's left of the Abyssinians have gone as mad
Hmm.
as their damn angel. But
Yes, but they've gone far more desperate as of late, I think, and that's the worry.
mm-hmm. Oh, the last place they went to was razed to the ground.
Hmm.
But we'd hear a hell of a lot about it if they were coming this way. There's villagers out to either side of us.
Hmm.
And something tells me they're
Yes.
not coming out of the woods. That's where the
No.
werewolves live.
Yes, one problem they'd rather not be facing at all.
Hmm. The werewolves,
Hmm.
honestly, they're not so bad.
They seem
Treat
to
'em
stick to
fair and-
themselves.
They tend
Mm.
to. Treat them fair. Hell, we can trade with them occasionally. Not that they
Mm.
have. It's mostly pelts, but good fur is good fur.
Absolutely. And hell, if they're willing to sell their version of the shirt off a back, why say no, eh?
Fair enough.
Take a sip. It's like, this has got a nice taste, local.
Kind of you to say. It's been a lean season.
Hmm. I think sometimes what you make do with can be perfection in its own right. Take another sort of sip.
Oh, well, aren't you a charmer?
I know good work when I see it, and hard workers when I meet them. Thank you, kindly, and leave a tip on the bar as well, and head over. What does the wine taste like?
It's fine. Like, think, nah, it's good. Think like, think like you go to a store and get like some exotic but cheap wine.
Oh, okay, nice.
Like, you know,
yeah.
you go and get like a $5-10 bottle of something that just like is foreign and therefore not popular but still good.
Yeah, it's actually like it survived the journey and it's half decent and stuff.
Yep.
So,
It's good
nice.
wine.
Actually, before I head there, I go. Oh, while I remember, we do you have any rooms to spare for the night for the three of us?
Certainly.
Mm.
You want separate rooms or?
Good question. Go over very quickly is like they have rooms available. We can get separate. What do we prefer here? Separate or safety?
Doesn't make much of a difference to me, but we are in an unknown territory.
Indifferent.
Mm,
Maybe
Might be
best to stay together.
number.
together?
Maybe
We
best.
come back and say like we'll take one we'll take one together. We plan to do a bit of talking tonight, and it will just make things a lot easier if one of us falls asleep for the others to be able to put them in a bed straight away.
Makes sense. All right. I have a room with
Mm.
a couple of beds.
Marvelous. Thank you.
Hmm.
Put down the talk prices. Put down the money for that.
Yep. You get the feeling, like, you talk to them a while, you get the feeling they're undercharging you a bit.
Ah, perfect. Thank you kindly. And reasonably presume whatever's meant to be sort of tip them again for the time. and everything. So, yes. Oh, and if it's possible, whatever you've got in the way of whatever might be left in your kitchen that would make a decent meal, if you have anything of that sort.
Ah, the stew never leaves the fire.
Then some nice stew would be perfect, thank you.
And, yeah, you get a few bowls of eternal stew.
Eternal stew, you say?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Okay.
Or whatever it's called. I think it's like perpetual stew or something, where, like,
Oh, nice.
you use yesterday's stew as the base for today's and just add more.
Yeah, it's like
it's that.
stocked up soup, stocked up stew or stuff.
Mhm.
Cool. I take the bowl. I just take the bowls one at a time over because it takes a minute, and then I go and sit down with the comrades.
Ah.
I presume I've also been given the room key at this point.
Been given.
Or is
yeah.
it
No, there's a key. There is a key.
okay. Yeah, I sit down and it's like, well, we have a room, we have drinks, we have food, we have somewhere to stay tonight. That is the most important thing.
Hmm. Well, food, clothing, shelter, liquor. What more could we ask for, really?
Clues and directions. I didn't press for anything longer. They did say that the Avacyn, not been near. There are villages either side.
Hmm.
So if they are going to come here, they will probably attack the other villages first. They don't seem to use the woods. They stay away from the werewolves. And the village here is sounds like a night on a lot pub crawl. Indeed.
I love
Come
it.
on, me hearties.
I've gone
Or
pub
depending on
crawling.
like if you're in the Glasgow, you do a sub crawl, which is use the subway system to get off at each stop and go to a pub.
Nice.
Yeah, it's nice until you have to be one of the passengers and you're on at the same time that people have been to stop 10.
Oof.
Then it's a bit rowdy. It's a bit rowdier, but like,
Yep.
good time, smile politely to get off like on a different stop to the
Fucking
group
hell.
and you're fine. But yeah, so what was I saying? Yes, seems to be the village is in good standing with werewolves. So that might be a line of inquiry
Hmm.
to talk with individuals in the future. So traders and stuff may have seen stuff with the werewolves. Mostly pelts they trade. You get what you can.
Mm-hmm.
That seems to be the base info for the minute, unless anybody's got any other things they want to ask.
Sorry, evening time. People will be that much more reluctant to speak. I think we may have
That's fair.
more luck on the morrow when
Yeah.
market's open.
Couldn't hurt.
Anybody watching us?
Like people are looking at you occasionally because it's extremely rare that like a group of people just come into town. Some of you are sporting extremely strange fashions.
Yeah.
We're all fairly well dressed too, and we don't
Yep.
seem to have bodyguards or things like that you'd expect for nobility, or
Mhm.
well, maybe not low nobility, but
Yeah.
nice.
No, yeah, like I'm guessing based on like the fashion we have is much more upmarket compared to the people in the actual pub.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I love you both.
Aw. Anybody still watching us? Bless. I love that.
Yup,
It's the thing
that
on
was
Twitch, you're
good.
like, can it, it's like asking the thing of, can anyone hear us in game? And of course, then people going, yeah, the audio's coming fine. What do you mean?
Sometimes forget I'm on Twitch.
Hmm.
I get very caught up
Yeah.
in what I'm doing, and I forget there's an audience.
Okay. Let's see. No, none of the names I have are like they're all pretty like no, that's older information.
This session,
Would I-
please, after the session is over, send me your notes because I am
Yeah.
making up
Oh,
names
yeah.
on the fly and I will forget them in 5 seconds.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, as long as you make as long as you highlight the video, I'll go back through them next week, and like take all like because it's going to be fun to watch this like next half of next week and do stuff.
Yep.
But yes, would I know?
Mhm.
Would I know if someone was a werewolf and they were in sort of their human form? Would I know particular signs, or is that kind of like trying to find a needle in a haystack?
Nah, you're valid, Moogle. Have fun. Like, that's what this
Yeah.
is about. Enjoy yourself.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, we're here to have a good time. That's all.
Yeah.
Let's see. Ah. Perfect. Werewolves, at least around here, tend towards, some of them can be, like, most of them seem fine, like, politeness-wise. They're a little, like, they can be a bit rough, and, they're definitely more used to living wild, but, like, or, like, so they can be a little, they're somewhere between backwoods hicks and like
Mhm.
noble savages. They're somewhere between
Yeah.
those two, depending on where where you are, what family or clan or tribe they're a part of, and like
Mm,
the opinion of the people on werewolves.
that's fine. I Oh, have you not heard that term before?
Oh, it's an old trope.
Noble. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a noble savage. Yeah. Yeah, it's let me have a look, see if I
Best
can
example
get
that
it up.
comes to mind for me is one of the characters in Brave New World.
It's a literary short character embodies the concept of the indigene outsider wild human, another who has not been corrupted by civilization and therefore symbolizes humanity's innate goodness.
Hmm.
Yeah, I'm trying to see ideas. Let's have a look. Where are we? Come on, give me
It's a very
freaking examples.
romantic art. It's a very romantic trope character type.
Mhm,
Like it's about like the idea when you have characters that are like noble savages is civilization is corrupting and
mhm.
Kitty.
Kitty, you are not a backward hick. You're a forward-facing hick.
Exactly.
Um, yeah. Uh, but yeah, I no. So the reason I ask is I'm just looking at the people on the tables, and does any one of them strike me as uh
Werewolfy?
a werewolf? Personally, yeah.
No. No. These
Cool.
are
That's fine.
yeah, these are people like they're wearing shit work clothes or
Yeah.
um like these are just people who've had a long day at work.
Mm-hmm.
Seems to
Yeah.
be
Absolutely.
the
Yeah.
people here.
Lovely. Right. Say to the others is like, so we need to find this lantern. We likely need to find information on this lantern. But any questions we have, we can probably. You're very welcome.
You're
Um,
welcome. I love
you're
you.
welcome. What can I say except you're welcome? Um, but yeah. So we're like, we can ask about questions about finding information in the morning
Hmm.
or individuals to speak to. We have a bit of we obviously have the attire and the coin, so we can certainly act like like keep the merchants things going, and play to our talents in that regard.
Hmm.
Um, get news on the villages tomorrow to see if any attacks have occurred. If we have
Hmm.
an idea of when things might go sideways, we have an idea of time frame.
Right. That's the next thing. Do we want to
Mm,
sleep in shifts?
I think that'd be wise.
Hmm. Also,
Mm,
and Havelock just
mm,
looks
mm,
awkward. One other little thing. The glamour
mhm.
will dissipate if I'm asleep.
In that case, would you like to do the first watch
That
and then
sounds
sleep the
good.
rest of the night?
I can do
I can take
that.
middle watch.
That
That
sounds
will
good.
interrupt the sleep cycle, but that's fine. I'm used to that.
And I can take the last morning watch. I'll sit there
Hmm.
with the rifle if need be.
Oh, I
Don't
doubt it'll
want to
come to that.
Indeed, but
Hmm.
if nothing else, it's like I can use the scope to see long distance.
That's fair.
Mm. Okay.
Oh, we love
Well.
you too, you thirsty, thirsty bitch.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Kitty Megathought. So. Sorry,
Ah,
you were taking a drink there, weren't you?
I was. I was.
Okay. I'm so sorry.
It's fine.
Swallow. Right, where's it going? Cool. Sit there, eyeing the rest of the room, having my nice stew, and
Ah,
unless others want to do stuff, I'll get ready to like get ready to head up for bed.
all right. Yeah, that sounds good.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it never stops, Kitty. We love you too
Yeah.
much.
Yeah. We know you too well.
Mm-hmm. That too.
Mhm. Yep. We're all friends and fiends here.
Ain't
Cool.
that the truth?
Head up. Do a standard check of the room, just
Mhm.
like check it's okay, check that check it's not. There's nothing weird about the door or anything, and there's not. I ask Havelock to sort of like, would you mind having a look
Mhm.
to see if there's any spying apparatus or anything magical or untoward that is keeping an eye on us in here? As
Oh, these are
unlikely as that may be.
beautiful.
Oh, yes, they are.
Oh, these are lovely.
Beautiful stuff. I love that. I
Mhm.
love that fabric.
All right. But yeah, Havelock nods and is like, "Of course." I should. Hmm. And Havelock decide. After dinner and stew and booze has been had.
Mm-hmm.
What? No one said anything about knowing everything about you. We just know
Oh,
enough
she's
about
glad-
you.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yep. After booze and food is nap time. I agree.
Yep.
All right. But yeah, so then heads up to the room and make sure everyone's inside, closes the door and is like, "Okay, now let's see what me and my little partner here can scare up, shall we?"
Mm-hmm.
And Havelock is they close their eyes and the chains in the book sort of float free in front of Havelock. And you're familiar enough with this by now. And let's see. How about All right. The Havelocks got their eyes closed, and the book is open and whispering things as it does.
Mm-hmm.
And Havelocks, as you keep going, Havelock looks increasingly like strained and sweating.
Mm-hmm.
And then after it's over, like Havelock just kind of collapses, or like just sort of slumps forward a bit, and it's like, ugh. Okay, lot of ghosts, but nothing too malicious.
Mm-hmm.
There's one in the church, or what's left of the church, that seems obsessed with tipping over lit candles. But even then, it seems like a fun game to them.
Practically a prodigy then, a fire starter. Some sort of terrific fire starter. But nothing in the rooms either side, nothing coming towards here, nothing that's wandering these halls.
Nothing I could sense anyway. This whole place has a very eldritch aura to it that I'm not fond of. Ooh, patchwork quilts are awesome.
Sorry, because you didn't say anything there and you stopped at sort of I'm not fond of, I thought the call had dropped.
Oh, no. Just an aura I'm not fond of.
That's fair. You still okay to take the first one?
Yeah, I'll be fine. Just give me a sec here. And they they just reach into their bag. They root around and no. They open a very specific pocket on their backpack, pull out a bump spoon, and take a couple hits of coke.
Nice.
Like, oh, we're feeling just fine. All right.
Call me 69 because I'm feeling nice.
Perfect. I still love Yin's description of Havelock. Dark academia, but with less gender and more coke.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yep.
Yeah. Less gender, more coke. Wait, what did I call the group? It was something like
there's a lovely thing about it, and I forget where.
It's you know what you
It's
say
gotta
in the
be in
first
general.
episode. It's
Yep.
in the first. It's also you mentioned it in the first episode.
Ah, yep.
Cool. In that case, and it will give me a chance to go because I forgot my water. I left it in my kitchen.
Mhm.
Okay. So Spencer lays down to take the first watch. And while
Mhm.
you both play the watches, I will be back in a second.
Sure. All right. Hmm. Does anything happen during the first watch? No. Okay. Um. So. Uh. Yeah. Havelock spends a lot of it in like a half meditative sort of trance. Just focusing and trying to get a lay of the land and attune themselves to what this place feels like because it's very different. And they're still learning.
Not
This is-
used to this density of ghosts.
Not used to the density of ghosts and not used to the to hear Havelock explaining it, because you may have like heard Havelock talking about the nature of magic before. But magics have a sort of a flavor to them. Not literally, but like some magic just hits different. Like a wizard who casts fireballs is not doing the same kind of magic as like someone from a different place that's like calling on the elements of nature to or like bending the elements to their will type of thing. It's just so different types of magic feel different, and all of the magic around this place seems to be based very specifically around the concept of life, or like life or death, and those are the flavors of magic here. There's not a lot otherwise. Hmm. At least not in this place. But yeah, beyond that, I'd say the first watch passes without too much incident, although there's a tense couple of moments where Havelock is keeping an eye on what he's decided is called the Toppelgeist. And seems hazardously close to starting problems, but someone from the church clearly used to this ghost's bullshit is just there to deal with candles falling over now and then. And it seems everywhere around the candles, there's no wood or fabric. There's just a lot of stone. And yeah, that's the first watch. That's awesome, Moogle. I'm really happy for you.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Yes.
I'm eating snack.
Ooh, nice. Om nom nom.
Mm-hmm. Just having a couple of these little Cabot seriously sharp cheese plank things. They're real nice. They're only 80 calories a pop.
Lovely.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just catching up with chat. So.
Oh, no worries. You take your time. Oh, this is so cool.
Yeah. Are we taking a break just now or?
Oh no. I was just describing what
Okay.
happened on the first watch, and you came back
Oh,
as
perfect.
I was interacting with chat a bit.
Cool.
As you know, when the pace of the game allows me, I do try. All right. So, we were just getting to second watch.
Mm-hmm.
So, maybe about 4 hours in, Havelock gently tries very gently to wake Professor Whackbat.
Roll initiative.
Probably with a stick.
Roll initiative.
Yeah. That's my concern.
Whackbat does wake up very quickly, but
Mhm.
your stick is unharmed.
Oh, good.
Ooh, woo.
He sleeps very lightly most of the time.
Yep. All right.
And he will take over on watch.
Okay. Havelock, for their part, falls. Like ditches most of their clothing. Not most of it, just the coat and boots. Those they just leave in an unceremonious pile next to the bed, and then they just like lay down, and like they're out almost instantly. The book is sitting on the nightstand next to them, and just sort of floating there menacingly,
Mm-hmm.
and the glamour dispels very quickly,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and they're just out like a fucking light.
Mm-hmm. Fair.
Mm-hmm. And that's all right. So second watch. How does the good Professor Whackbat occupy their time?
Shadowboxing.
Perfect.
I understood that they were ghosts. I need to brush up on my shadowboxing technique. You may think that it's simply boxing with shadows, and you'd be correct, but not the traditional type of shadow. It is, in fact, possible to punch a ghost, but it requires a tremendous amount of precision.
Mm-hmm. All right. So, let's see what happens on second watch.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy. Okay, things are happening now. As you're in the midst of your shadow boxing, you hear like bells going off, and someone shouting "Alarm! Alarm!"
I will poke my head out the window, see if I can get some manner of bearing.
Let's see. And out the window, you see the watchtower or the watchmen in the tower, and like the guard is assembling, and like some lights and lanterns and homes are starting to come on. But you hear the word several times. Yeah, you do hear the word zombie getting thrown around.
Mm-hmm.
And you're hearing something about a Stitcher.
I see. I see. I get the Stitcher.
I had hoped you would. But yeah, so you hear something about Stitcher's creations. You know. And you're just hearing calls for like guards to assemble and stuff like that. And like lights are coming on all over town, and people are making their way to the square.
I'm going to wake my compatriots up.
Havelock wakes up with a start and is like, "What? What's happening?"
I believe we have an incursion of the Walking Dead. Bracing opportunity.
All right.
At the words of that, which like Spencer rolls over and goes, "Oh, let's get fucking ready then," and then just stands up again.
Yep. Havelock quickly puts their
Logan
boots
is
and
cheerful as hell.
Yup. Havelock puts their boots on,
Mm-hmm.
puts their coat back on, puts on their hat, and it's like, all right. Oh, right, and like re-glamours themselves very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, well, let's be off.
Mm-hmm. I hope busting still makes you feel good, and then walks down the stairs.
I am going to pull the iron horseshoes out of my pack and fasten them to my wrists in the manner of brass knuckles.
Yeah.
Ah, yes.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Sen
I love it. I love it. I love it. Yeah.
fucking sational. Hmm?
So yeah, heading down the stairs and looking at the bar space. Like, what is everybody doing?
Um, the bar. Let's see. The barmaid is seems like Jackie quite likes the idea of horseshoes as brass knuckles.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's see.
It's the Kentucky Derby.
That was also a thing back in the day for boxers that were trying to play things a little crooked, was putting horseshoes inside their boxing gloves.
Yeah,
Hmm.
for sure.
Nice. I mean,
It was
brutal.
exceedingly illegal, but
Yeah.
Oh
they
yeah.
never stopped a prize fighter.
Well, I mean, it's
Mm.
exceedingly illegal unless you've got a very sizable bet of money on you, in which case it's just even odds.
Yep. Let's see. So. Yeah, that is how it. All right. So, like, the barmaid is reaches underneath. As you're coming out, she's like, "Ah, you're awake. Suppose you're here to help."
Mhm. Indeed.
Well, that'll be fun. And she doesn't have tons, but you do see her strapping on like essentially cuirass and
Okay.
and just taking out this like flanged mace
That'll do it.
and like a small heater shield.
Hmm. Do you happen to have anything in stock that you don't mind using, and some rags?
She looks at you for a second, then grins menacingly
Mhm.
and looks under the counter and hands you a couple bottles of like some real high proof schnapps or something.
Very, very kind of you. Um, that's an amazing costume, by the way, Mughal. Amazing
Mhm.
outfit. I just looked at it. Cool. I take up position. So
Oh, hot damn, these are great.
yeah. That carpet reminds me of Weatherspoons, which is a type of essentially like chain of pubs that exist in the UK, and they have a
Huh.
very set style, mainly converting old churches and buildings into pubs and putting a really shit carpet down.
I was on board until they started putting down shit carpet. Damn it.
Oh, it's legit. It's legit. Sue knows what I'm talking about. Like, I
Oh,
think there's a Twitter or a
no.
book that like it's like Weatherspoon's carpet rated, and they're so awful. They're just so awful. Look at that. Look at the second picture with like Sue wearing that beautiful red outfit,
Yep.
and look at the carpet. Like, yeah, they're terrible.
Ew.
They're
Carpets should
fucking
not
awful.
be sticky. Ew.
Like if you ever play a game with someone and they say I lay a trap that's a Weatherspoon carpet, that's difficult terrain.
Yep. That is
Uh,
absolutely difficult terrain. Holy
yeah,
shit.
and like if somebody does that as a reference, like reward them with like actually making that a trap.
You know what?
That
Yeah.
was yeah. I know they are more in Glasgow. They held a turf event and then were like, "Oh, we're sorry you feel upset." I'm like, "Fuck you."
Fuck off. Fuck
Yeah,
right the hell off.
yeah.
Ugh.
I can share details with that later, Sue. Like,
Yeah,
fucking
I
atrocious.
now is not the time for me to go on an angry rant about turfs and cops.
Speaking of, no, the only turf we're dealing with is setting fire with the Molotov cocktails. So
Mood.
I take position. I open the windows because I presume there are windows in here. Are there windows in here?
There are a couple of windows.
I love that Bulbasaur that says F12. By the
Oh,
way, that's so cute.
yes. I love it.
That's so adorable.
Oh.
But yeah,
Also, hello, Red Moon Spectre.
Yes, lovely Red Moon. Very nice friend LJ who did the like the music that I played for the thank you slides that I did.
Oh.
For things. Yeah, Mythos.
Ah, it's a pleasure to meet you.
Yeah, I'll send you the. They do amazing like Bloodborne streams and stuff as well.
Mhm.
Yeah. Cool. I take up position at the window. I look. I open the window ajar, and I stand with the jars and the matches to one side, ready to, and the rag is soaked properly and ready to just let them have it.
Good thing these buildings are mostly fucking stone.
Oh, yes. On that point, I'm looking for like essentially the points in the road which are as far from the buildings as possible. Like essentially
Mhm.
the points where I can bottleneck things without setting the buildings on fire.
Yeah, there's a few. Also,
Mhm.
IRL Molotovs burn hard and fast.
Yeah, yeah.
That's the other
This is
thing.
basically crowd control, quick sweeping.
Yep.
The idea that Spencer has is they're going to throw these, and then they're going to get ready on like a second turn to go out the window, and then follow up with like a bull rush into the fray kind of thing.
All right. Sounds good.
Yeah.
All right, so Havelock is like thinking over, just looking at different things, and they're like, all I have is guns. Okay, I guess we can just do magic. That's fine. And,
Oh, they're getting ready. They actually, yeah, the knife is also being prepped because if magic is actually, yeah, magic is permitted. So, it's a case of like to use them and then to be ready to fire the knife to disperse even further.
mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, yeah. Yeah, Havelock, so you're making your way to the street, and, like, you see this, what is this thing fucking called? Uh, hmm. Doop-a-doo. Ah, here it is.
The big book of things to throw at characters.
I know. Well, I'm just trying to find good art.
Oh, got you.
Because I just want to show you, what this thing looks like. Oh, lovely. Here we are. Open image, open image. Why is this so fucking... Ah, there we go. God, why is Firefox so fucking extra? Here we are. Pop that into the Discordio. This is the first thing you see. And it seems to be leading the pack. Yeah.
Is that exactly what I see?
Yes. That is exactly what you see.
Jesus. So what I see, what Spencer sees and kind of raises his eyes a little in like a, oh, really? Is a large white creature that has stitching and staple marks along it in a very Frankensteinian creation fashion. It has in total 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It is essentially 8 limbs, not octopus tentacles, but actually muscular limbs, at the end of which has been grafted various blades. It is as though a very makeshift bolts and braces artificial limb has been attached, but the limb is a blade. They are of different sizes along there, some short, some long, some in a prime sort of fighting position. Others are on the chest and look as though they would just launch out or scuttle. It does have what appears to be 2 legs, but they appear to be propped up on very similar frames, and it's almost as if it's on stilts. It's got 2 large wings they look flimsy. Whether they actually could fly or not is to be seen. And around its neck is a large, almost like a bear trap, with a hoop at the end of it, almost like you would attach a chain. The head itself is covered in a very Bloodborne style trap with sort of gratings around there with three long pieces of metal going up and over. So essentially, like a cage sitting on the head. The creature has blue eyes that seem to emanate not just a light, but an ethereal trail from them. It is as though a blue vapor escapes. It does not speak, it does not cry out. Whether that is because it is naturally silent or whether it's because one of the metal struts of the grating is over what would be the lips. It looks angry, it looks large, and have I seen anything like this before?
This thing is easily 15, 20 feet tall at a
Mhm.
glance, and
Mhm.
nothing quite like this.
Yeah.
No, like Stitchers in this world
Mm.
are very much Victor Frankenstein's, except, you
Got
know,
you.
instead of
Yeah.
being angsty bitches about their creations, they love what they
Mhm.
do.
Yeah. Well, very quickly, because magic has been seen, I conjure up the image of what's out there and basically toss it back to Havelock and Whackbat and go, heads up, this is what they've got at the front.
Wow.
And
Okay.
basically along the side of it is written a couple of additional information, such as like the height of it,
Yup.
like 15 to 20. Like, so yeah, so basically gets the details without
Look at
having to
this
say
thing.
a damn thing. Yeah, and pass that to the bar, like the bar staff as well. Like, heads up, this is what we've got.
The bar, yeah, the poor barmaid is like, oh, fuck.
Yeah. Not had the pleasure. Any particular things that would be good to know?
She does look nervously at the cocktails and is like, "Those are great for the smaller ones, but the bigger ones will just get pissed."
Speaking of which, have you got a barrel that you could spare?
Barrel, like empty or?
Full, usable, and one that would be a good projectile.
And she's like, she's looking back and she's like, will schnapps do?
If it will ignite, it will.
Oh, please don't burn down our town. And
Oh, I
does
don't
hand
intend
you
to.
a barrel.
Yeah. Professor Whackbat, how's your throwing arm?
In top condition.
Oh God!
If you would be so kind as to deliver the first shot, I'll be right behind you when I get ready to light the rag.
Airburst special.
Oh yeah.
All right.
And stand by the door waiting to go outside.
Yes. All right. Havelock, for their part, is just looking alarmed as like they very quickly cotton on to what you're planning and is like, I'm gonna go stand over here.
That's absolutely fine. At which point, I take out one of the cement rounds.
Oh.
And then I basically go. I say to Wetbat, it's like, so I can like send this at the speed I need it to with my blade. So after I've sent this out, if it does the job, should be a little easier to hit this thing. If not, go for broke.
Very good.
Yeah.
Very good.
So I basically I position the on the knife. I position the bullet in a little. I slot it inside. So that I can like. Well, no, I just hold it in my hand because I don't need to. So yeah, I hold it in my hand, and then head outside, basically taking the stance that I need to fire.
All right. So.
Cool. Yeah.
All right. Let's get started.
You
see this thing.
I can do this. I can do this from the window. So as long as I can see the thing, I can do this from the window.
It's a little hard to miss.
Yeah.
You're not too far from the edge of town in the tavern.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Inn, I guess. And
I better get ready to roll some dice actually for that.
yeah, probably. And
Yeah, well, I'm gonna need to do 2 dice, one of which I'll tell you about in a second.
okay.
Mhm.
And yeah. So you
Okay.
see this thing at the head of a pack of them. A lot of the others are like they're big hulking things.
Mm-hmm.
Like very much Frankenstein in the sense of like they were picked from the best parts.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And there's a lot of like they all seem to have that creepy blue fog coming out of their eyes as they're just shambling along. A
Yeah.
lot of them have things grafted to them. Some of them can fly and have wings. Also, this big thing seems to have these big leathery wings on it, and
yeah.
yeah, it's
Yeah. Are there-
it's using them.
yeah. Cool. Wait, is it floating at the moment up in the sky, or is it like on the ground?
It's on the ground. It looks like it's gonna. You see it. You see like the town guard is like assembled, and all of them have like spears and axes. And the ones with spears are like out front forming like a wall with them and are just like spears out ready to defend, and this big fucking thing just like flies. Like when it jumps, it uses its wings to jump much higher
Right.
and
And
just
then land.
crashes down onto these poor people.
Got you. The second it lands, I'm going to. So I've got the position. I hold the thing.
Mhm.
I point the knife. I point my hand at where its legs and feet are,
Okay.
and I fire, which
All right.
fires the bullet through. So I need. So I roll, I guess, to see if I hit.
Yep. This is definitely something you're familiar with and have done before. I don't know if you've done it with this specific type of thing, but you're good at getting projectiles where they need to go. And this is a big fucking thing. Like I challenge you to miss this fucker. So 3d6 take the best.
3d6 take the best. Perfect 6.
Oh boy. All right. So
but,
you
but because this is something I kind of want to do as flavor.
Sure.
It's obviously it's not technically what I meant to do. Because it's obviously like normally I fire the knife and not a bullet. So it's kind of like I kind of want to see if I take any damage for doing this. Like if and you can decide kind of what happens, but yeah, so I kind of want to roll decide for me how many dice, but essentially that because this is not the intended normal purpose for this particular power.
Okay.
You can give me a penalty for this.
I don't follow.
So essentially, like I'm essentially because it's like again wanting to balance out like because this is essentially this would OP me basically because this would mean not only could I fire the knife, but essentially means I can turn anything into a projectile, which is kind of a bit OP unless there's a recourse. So in my
okay, I get
it. Our primary concern here.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, like I'm not too worried about it. Like it'll be fine.
That's fair. It's fair. I was worried that I was suddenly like making myself a bit too OP kind of thing. So
you're like you're being crafty with the resources I gave you, and I'm too pleased by that to care much about balance.
Okay, cool. Okay, so yeah, I basically have rolled a 6 on
got
this
a fucking
particular...
yes and so. This
nice.
works exactly as you intend. And what else would you like to happen as a fun side effect?
Okay, so basically as soon as it lands, like the thing shatters on the ground and it holds it in place.
Perfect.
And I would yes. So while it's got the so it hits exactly where it needs to be and only where it needs to be. So none of the soldiers who took the brunt of the fall get hit by this. So only the creature is held in place.
That's valid.
And of course, it's like, if possible, distracted by it. But then I turn to Whackbat and goes like, "You may fire when ready."
And fire I shall.
All
I was on
right.
the athletic team in my military unit.
Oh yeah.
Specialized in the hammer throw.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Whackbat, this is absolutely something you've done before, and let's see, you've already got this thing like this is a stationary target you're now hitting. So yeah, 3d6 take the best. This is absolutely in your favor.
Hachimachi, that's a 4.
Yep, that is a yes. So you you throw this barrel full of extremely flammable schnapps directly at this fucking thing, and it is like honestly, this is the kind of throw they tell stories about. It's just perfect.
Like a candle.
Yup.
Yeah. And the final bit of that is light the Molotov and throw it.
All right. Okay. I know what Havelock's gonna do.
Ooh. if you wanna step up and take your thing with this.
Yeah, I think I will. Havelock
Yay.
is going to like grinning as this is happening. Havelock
Mhm.
decides now is the time for some fire.
Yes.
And all right, we're still aiming at a stationary target. Havelock is a mage and has the book.
Mm-hmm.
We are using our resources. Oh, thank fuck, I rolled a yes.
Wow,
Okay.
well done, well done.
Oh, that could have been bad.
Ooh, yeah. Because at this point, I'm still holding a potentially flammable item.
Oh yeah, I was more worried about the crowd of people, but
There is that.
yeah. But yeah, so Havelock just sort of, casts, well, not fireball,
Mhm.
something a little more, ooh, yes.
Scorching ray.
Yeah, Havelock casts sort of like this, it's almost this needle of flame. Like, it's
Ooh.
extremely precise, it's extremely well formed, and it's very concentrated. And it
So
genuinely hurts to look at.
Oh, so what's a cool name for it? Oh, I know. It's is it Corona? What is it? It's like the
Fire
sun
dart.
weapon. Yeah, fire dart works. I was going to say
Sun spear.
Ooh,
yeah,
Sun
Spear
Spear works.
Sun Spear. Yeah, you fire the
Yep.
Sun Spear.
Yep.
That's cool.
And Havelock does that. And it's this it's this small thing, like it's no bigger than a playing card lengthwise, but it's just extremely hot and extremely powerful. So it's like, yeah, it's just all of that, and Havelock just fires it, and it hits this thing like square in its fucking face.
Yeah.
Which, of course, promptly goes up. Like, so, this thing is on fire, its stitches are unraveling, the metal is getting super hot, its flesh is starting to burn away.
Yeah.
Cons. The town is now being attacked by a giant angry zombie that's on fire. And also it smells disgusting.
Oh yeah. But it's not moving. It's essentially it's a station. It's Burning Man right now. It's stationary. It's on fire. It's a giant construction.
Yep, it's Burning Man right now.
Congratulations, everyone. We've gone to Burning Man. So
mission accomplished.
yeah.
All right.
Yep.
So, for the swarm of creatures turns, some of them, a few of them walk forward, and they're like shambling. Like some of them are like flying and screeching, and the noise is ear piercing, and you see them like shriek in. Ow! Ow! That hiccup hurt. You.
Oh, I thought you were doing flavor there. I'm so.
No, that actually hurt. It's fine. I'm fine.
Okay.
But no, you see these. Thanks.
No.
Right. So yeah, you see these things like flying and shrieking, and whatever they seem to be shrieking at, like if it's a person, they just start bleeding. Like
Mhm.
out of their eyes, out of their ears, out of their nose, and they just kind of collapse. It's not great. Others are a couple of them are running very fast.
Oh
And
no.
stitched to them are these giant glass vials of like glowing something or other. And
Mm.
they seem intent, they have many arms and they seem intent on giving hugs.
Yeah, I bet they do.
Oh, they really want to give things a hug. And
Okay.
yup. And they're just trying to run into crowds wherever like formations are and are just
Mhm.
going off.
Yep.
It's bad. Let's see. Um but yeah, like resistance is fighting back. For as many people that are dying, a lot of the zombies are going down. Although it's
Mhm.
taking I mean, you don't like the rate it's taking. It's taking like 2 or 3 people to kill one zombie.
Mhm.
These are all pretty big. Like some of them are just these like it looks like someone just grafted muscles onto muscles onto muscles and just stitched it all together until these things are just all upper body strength. And they just have like
Yeah.
these giant flail like wrecking ball things grafted in place of hands.
Okay. So
Uh
that's another one. So we've got the ones that are vials and trying to get close and hug and
yep.
explode. We've got the ones with grafted like basically breeze blocks or massive like chain and balls attached to
Mhm.
people as well.
Yep.
Okay.
And then there's a few of the
Uh,
shrieky ones whose throats have look like they've just been surgically augmented like crazy.
great.
Yup. Oh
Uh,
yeah, and in the center of it all are our poor dear hero. Metal grafts and all is just cooking away.
yeah.
It's definitely thrashing against the quick drying goo stuff or the like
Mhm.
the cement shit,
Yeah.
and it uh does not quite manage to break free.
Good.
But it does it does get a couple of good swings in, and it definitely takes some of the village people. It definitely takes a few of the townspeople out.
Mm,
It's not the best, but you know, you're doing.
mm, yeah.
Things are going.
Yeah. Okay. I have to get creative.
Some of the village people. Listen. What do you want me to give them? Names and fucking eulogies? We're in the middle of a fight.
Well, I mean, are there any? Is there any young men that we need to tell them there's no need to get down?
God damn it. Not right now, Arkrat.
Yeah.
God damn it. Steady, but God damn it. But yeah, so
Mm-hmm.
it is yeah, a lot of the monsters are doing things. A couple managed to breach the line, quote unquote. And a lot of the now it seems to be up to the people to defend their homes.
Mm, okay.
Considerably less well equipped. They don't have helmets and armor. It's mostly just people with farming tools and the occasional, maybe somewhat well off person with a real weapon. So it's a lot of scythes and pitchforks and sickles on display. Some of the woodsmen have axes, that kind of thing. You
Yeah.
see the odd sword here or there.
Got you. So the exploders that
Yes.
are hugging. Is it a case of as they hug, some form of concoction happens and then it blows off, or like does the vial itself explode and then that causes the explosion? What's the
You did see it happen once, and the mechanism seems to be that there are several vials, all held close together, and when they go and wrap their arms around something, they just start squeezing, and the vials crack, and the chemicals mix, and explodey fire happens.
Okay, so the chemicals have to mix. Okay.
Yup.
Right. How many of them are there? Still.
Left 2.
2. All right. How do I want to do this? Yeah. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to take the knife,
Mhm.
and I'm going to open my hand up so that it's all 5, like my thumb and other fingers are split out.
Okay.
And essentially, like, how close together are the exploders?
They're pretty spaced out.
Okay.
Whoever deployed these knew what they were doing.
Cool. That's absolutely fine. I've got a solution for this. So,
Oh, boy.
so with what I'm doing, I get essentially, Havelock would see this essentially because it's not a small thing. It looks like essentially, obviously, to anybody who it looks like magic, but it's essentially,
Mhm.
3 arrows like spin around. Essentially, like
Oh.
3 knives appear and spin around, and from uh essentially the spaces between the fingers, 3 of them shoot out. 2
Hmm.
of them head towards the 2 exploders, and I'm trying essentially for cold shots. I'm trying to sever the connections for at least, by the looks of it, all the jars need to mix together. So I'm trying to sever connections for some of the jars so that the fluid can't mix properly. And
Okay. Okay.
one of so what is so I've got those 2, and then there are the things with large so there's a general pack, and then there's the things with large like boulders that breach the line, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Line breakers,
Uh,
essentially. Yeah.
like line breakers, cool. So I'm trying to hit the eyes of one of the line breakers. So it's like vision
Ooh.
is completely pet.
You are hitting a
These obviously
lot of
these
things at once. Damn.
Yeah, well that's the thing, is like I'm trying for very specific, so this is like a crowd control essentially thing, but
Okay.
these are all very specific, hard to hit cold shots. So
Jesus.
what am I playing? Yeah, I know. Yeah, this is the trade-off. Is like I can hit
I
multiple things and I can do it, but I have this is like me trying to hit the thing in the mouth again.
Up.
So this
You
is like,
are okay. I'm trying to
yeah,
crunch numbers. You are trying to hit several things, and that's tough.
yes,
You're
yeah,
trying to hit
yeah,
specific parts of several things, and that's even tougher.
yes,
And they're all
yes,
moving targets.
yeah. Yeah,
However,
this is essentially a desperate play because it's like so much is happening. It's like, what can I do for crowd control? Hail
yep.
Mary, let's try it.
Yup.
Hmm.
All right. Let's see. You've also got. All right. You're good at
I have,
this.
like, if this doesn't work, like I have a backup, but it's kind of like, what can I do without alerting the townsfolk to other things?
Yup. Let's do. Uh, 3d6 take the worst.
3d6 take the worst. Perfect. Okay, that makes sense. So, nope, the wrong way around. Sorry. 3d6. Yep, that's
Oh dear.
1, 3, and a 1. So a 1. Yeah,
Oh dear.
yeah, yeah,
Um.
yeah,
So, let's
yeah.
go with the knives you throw.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. The knife you throw at one of the exploders
Mm-hmm.
does strike home.
Mm.
Unfortunately, it hits a little too hard, so it
And
goes
sets it.
through several of the vials and sets it off.
Yeah.
Um.
Shit.
So, bright side, it wasn't near too many people.
Yeah.
Downside, one of the houses now has a hole where a wall used to be.
It's like, well, I know exactly what I'm building tomorrow.
Yep. Let's see. I mean, these things, they happen.
Oh,
Let's
just
see.
as well I have cement. Actually, I've got cement cartridges, so this works itself.
Perfect.
Wait,
The other one.
hang on. Yeah. These weren't the. No, they're not the vacuum shots. That's fine. Carry on.
No, they're not. Let's
Mhm.
see. The
Oh no, I'm not using those.
Oh God. let's see.
Mhm.
The second knife thrown to the other detonator just straight up misses, and it does get its arms around a couple people before it goes off.
Yeah.
And it
Yeah.
it definitely blinds and deafens a couple other people. Like it's
Yeah,
not great,
yeah.
but these things they happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And then as for the line breaker, the knife sticks into their eye,
Mhm.
and that does not perturb them at fucking all.
Ah, great. Yeah, so it's basic. Yeah, and I'm like, that's good to know. Have Whackbat, the big things.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't matter if you hit them in the eyes; they're gonna keep being a fucking pain. And
Well,
then,
obviously, man, eye is
Yeah.
the weak point. The stitches, on the other hand.
yeah,
Very
incidentally, and I toss to Whackbat my horseshoes for them to use, so they have doubled up horseshoes now.
Oh boy.
And then run upstairs,
Uh-huh.
and at the window, start setting up my rifle. So I'm like,
All right.
well, magic's useful, but this is much better for me right now.
Yup.
And
Um,
it's I will. It'll take me another turn to do so. I'm
Mhm.
gonna like skip the turn to do that.
Yep. All right. So, Whackbat,
Mm-hmm.
you are the proud owner of 4 fancy new horseshoes.
That's just 4 horseshoes that I can fit on my hands.
It's true.
I mean, you could put them in. You could put them in boxing gloves if you wanted, and just double up with that.
All
My
right, but yeah,
hands are as tough as any boxing glove.
Mhm.
ain't that the truth? All right. So, what is the good Professor Whackbat up to?
Well,
Shenanigans.
most concerned with those incendiary fellows.
Sorry, I've just had a look at what Sue has sent. Yeah, pretty much.
Shame. Yup.
It's a cold iron kitty, and cold iron is very good against fey creatures. But
I was actually thinking it's more Guthian iron, but
oh, thank you. Yeah.
details.
Yep. All
But
right.
iron has a number of different interesting properties amongst a wide variety of creatures. Fae are probably the most well known, but certain types of devils and demons don't particularly care for it.
Mm.
A few other more obscure things, but mostly that was built off the myth of the Fae.
Mhm.
I'm currently most interested in their durability and inability to be set on fire.
Uh,
Mm.
Wait, are you talking about the chemical hugger ones?
Yes.
Okay. I'd say those are gone now.
No? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
For
I attempt,
Oh,
attempted to,
crud.
like
yeah, those are pretty much gone.
yeah. My attempt was to sever their chemicals so they became inert, and instead I did some property damage, and some people have suffered.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, like, points for how ballsy that move was. It was a lot at once.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is like it's like in thinking of the skill set, it's like okay, I've got some serious firepower here, but some of this is coming at a cost, kind of thing. So
Yep.
it would have been great if that had worked, but it was kind of like that's It
Yeah,
is what it is.
it's a
Yeah.
lot.
It's it's a big play. It's risk reward.
Mhm. All right.
Yep.
How is the Colossus doing?
Still very on fire and still very angry, but it hasn't escaped yet or anything. Although its metal bits are looking a little drippy.
I'm not wearing my good fireproof suit. Um, well then, I'm going to assist some of the town guard. Then, point me towards the largest cluster of stitched undead here.
All right. I'd say the largest cluster is probably they've breached the main line. And yeah, because there seems to be a breach in the line, and the rest is holding. There's like barricades and stuff, but and people are doing their best. But where our lovely Colossus friend landed, they made a bit of a hole in the lines, and there's now a small small group of them like pouring through that gap.
All
Mhm.
right.
So there's a
I'm
couple of
going
line
to,
breakers and a lot of just a lot of like big meaty boys.
hmm, line breakers sound like a bit of a problem there, so I'm going to see if I can't kneecap a couple of those.
Ooh, perfect. All right.
It is often a rule amongst bipedal creatures that their knees are an obvious weak point.
Mhm.
I'm going
All
to
right.
test this hypothesis.
Sounds reasonable to me. All very academic.
Mhm.
So, yeah, that is how that goes.
Mhm.
Let's see. So, what are you trying to do specifically?
Kick ass and take names by the sounds of it.
Um, I'm essentially now these line breakers. Are these essentially just big hulking zombies?
Basically, picture flesh pounds, except instead of those blender things on the ends of their arms, they have like flails with ball and chain.
Oh, they've got ball and chain. This is easy. All right. Um,
Oh boy.
well then, screw the iron. I'm gonna pocket my horseshoes and pull out my Jingu cane.
What?
Yes.
I'm gonna have to look that up. I have no idea.
Look up the
Yes.
Rui Jingu staff.
Look
Yup.
at the what? What's it called?
RuyiJingu.
RUYI.
Are you
What's the second name?
familiar with Journey to the West, Arkrat?
Sun Wukong.
In passing. Oh yes. Oh yeah. Now
Yeah.
I know. Ah.
Yup.
I have that as a walking cane.
Yes.
Hell yes.
I fucking love this. All right, let's go.
All right, so you said they have flail hands.
They have flail hands.
Well, one of the problems with flails is that they can get tangled up.
Oh no.
So I'm going to extend my cane to about the length of a quarterstaff, so 8 feet or so.
Okay.
And I'm essentially going to get into melee with one of these things and basically try and yank its hands off.
Okay. Sweet. All right. So, you've got your weapon, which definitely gives you a bonus. You've also got your weather eye, which is certainly helping. And let's see. Yeah, beyond that, this is just something you're familiar with doing. Yeah. So, let's do on the other hand, these things are strong and angry, so 2d6 take the best.
I am not afraid of things significantly larger than me.
Okay, yeah. So, how does this play out? You get to decide. You rolled a fucking yes and.
So essentially, the way I'm picturing it is
Uh-huh.
these things are blind and dumb and basically designed to smash whatever gets in front of them, yes?
That is correct, yes.
Well, I will plant myself in front of them and make myself a very obvious and tantalizing target, mayhaps with some coarse language. Though I doubt it will need the assistance.
Probably not.
It comes in to crush me between its flail hands, and I will take a careful step back and swing my cane around in such a way that it catches the chains of the flails as it comes in, and tangles those up. And then I am going to give it a hefty yank and pull this thing down onto the ground, onto its face.
Yeah, that's what happens. That can be your and, is that they topple.
Mhm.
Sensational. Alright, yeah, that is well done.
And thus toppled, I will signal some of the nearest folk with sharp implements to help me nail it to the ground, essentially.
Oh yeah, there are already people running over with axes and like excited expressions on their faces. Let's see. And for their part, our good academic friend will, let's see. What do they want to do this time? How about... Yes, why not? Havelock having, something of a... Yeah, something of a, one could call it a passing familiarity with, the more sophisticated parts of necromancy, is going to, they've decided it's time that, these lovely friends, maybe get repurposed. So, Havelock is going to, let's see, what are we trying to do? We're trying to do this on inert objects. This is something Havelock's good at, and they have the book. That'll do. Okay. So we'll do... They're not trying to do something super complex, so... 3d6, and we'll take the best. Okay, so it sort of works.
It's adequate.
Yeah, adequate. So, Havelock, you see them, like, just close their eyes and focus, and they actually, like, the book unfurls and opens itself, and the chains wind down their arm. And with their free hand, they just, like, cast their hand out, and a lot of the inert parts of zombies here or there, or, like, the corpses of zombies, a lot of, like, the long bones, seem to sort of melt and then reharden into these, like, spear things and just fly out towards, towards the new zombies. And it's very dramatic, it's really cool. The only downside is, like, you know, the odd building takes a bit of damage, and, you know, maybe a person gets caught up in it here or there.
There's a little bit of collateral damage.
Yeah, there's some collateral damage, but, you know, it certainly hits more zombies than people, so we'll call it a win.
It's a net gain.
Yeah, it's a net gain. I've just realized that everyone except for Whackbat has, like, really cool abilities that have bad potential for collateral damage.
Oh yeah.
We talked recently about Whackbat is the only person on this team that would be considered baseline human.
That's true,
Yeah.
He's
actually.
extremely good at baseline human, but he's
Yup.
he is a guy who is good at stuff. None of it is
Yeah.
particularly magical.
Havelock was always an academic who was sort of okay at was pretty good at magic. And then the book happened, and they became an eldritch thing, which is really good at magic.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that was that round. And let's see. The townsfolk, for their part, because I should be giving them turns as well, even if only as a horde, are like they are butchering the fucking line breakers that you put down. Like, it is over in seconds.
Yeah.
They're just lopping off limbs. Oh, it's glorious. We are talking.
It works so well when you focus fire on a flesh pound.
Uh-huh. Yeah, they are just butchering these fucking things. And then, let's see. After that, some of the other townsfolk are doing their best to, they're, like, stabbing at and cutting away at the stitches on, like, the giant flaming monstrosity, who is, finally free of their bonds, but most of their limbs have melted.
Good.
So they're, like, dragging themselves around, and anything that gets close to them is, like, catching fire and dying screaming, but, you know, most people are just staying away from it, or hitting it with spears.
Yep.
So, you know, it's fine. And, let's see. Beyond that, the zombies, for their part, the ones who aren't currently engaged, like, it looks like there were more pouring into town.
Mm-hmm.
and then you hear like this bellowing voice of "Return, my children!
Oh.
Today is
now-
not our day."
Do I see where that fucker is from my window?
Yeah, you absolutely do. They're a person on a
Whoa.
hillside.
Have I finished getting my rifle ready?
Not quite, but nearly.
Oh, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up.
Yep. So the zombies near the rear are starting to fall
so-
back. A few more
Right.
shamble forward to cover the retreat.
Okay. Can I tell how far from the hill they are? How far from us we are?
Call it half a click.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll call it about
Shout
half a
down
kilometer.
Shout down the things like, Havelock!
Eh?
The fucker in charge of this thing is half a click, half a mile.
All right then. And now it is our turns again. Yeah. So your gun is assembled.
Perfect.
Yup.
I take up position.
Yup.
Yeah, fuck it. No, we want to question the fucker. We have to question the fucker.
Oh no.
Well,
Yeah.
wing him.
I was about to say, like, listen, just get him. It'll be fine.
Oh,
Sometimes it's
I
easy to
tend to-
forget that Havelock is a necromancer.
Right. No, I was just going to use a vacuum shell, but it's like that's
Yeah, that would have been fun.
Yeah.
So long as the head and lungs are reasonably intact.
Oh,
we can
yeah.
correct it.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolute. Well, in that case, yeah. Let's see. What have I got? Just yeah. Stand. Yeah. Let's see. Practice necromancy, so things at the disposal. Yeah.
Yep.
Let's load a couple of rounds in and take a few shots at the fucker.
All right, let's do it.
Yep. Yeah. So, I want them to stop calling out orders. So I think we're going to aim for the genitals.
Oh boy.
That will likely distract them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Feel like that would distract them.
Not going to be calling any fucking orders out now.
All right. You're a very skilled shooter. You've got a very nice piece of kit here. It's half a click. You can shoot 500 meters.
Yep. So
Yeah.
You can shoot
2d6.
500 more.
Yeah. 2d6 and take the best.
2d6. Have I done that? I have done that wrong. Never mind.
Yep. I'm like, oh no, is the
sorry,
bot frozen?
Yeah, I was very worried for a second.
I'm like, oh no, not again.
Oh, perfect.
Boy.
Oh yes.
This goes exactly how you want it to.
I can see the white of their eyes after it hits.
Yeah. So, you castrate a man with a gun. It's a time.
Yep.
And they are shrieking in agony. And, bleeding profusely because, yeah, but, they're not going
Shot.
anywhere. They are, they're just screaming, angry, begging for help.
I like to imagine, I like to imagine that as it goes, you hear the fantastic song, "Shot to the balls, there is so much hate." What was the second half? Fuck, I've forgotten the joke. Fuck it. Right, okay, I carry on. I fucked that joke, and then I carry on. Like, I run downstairs to sort of. Can I take any other shots while I'm doing this? Or is it just the one?
I'd say just the one. It was a
Yeah,
very
that's
good
fine.
shot.
I just shout down the thing. It's like, he might be a bit testy with me, but I got him.
And you just hear Havelock cackling. All right, so.
Mulligan is off in a dead sprint.
Yup.
Yep. I shout, "Balls in your court," quite literally.
God, that man's testicles are a fine fucking mist in the air right now. High-powered rifles are not a fucking joke.
Yeah.
Yeah, also, BT dubs, that dude's gonna bleed out in, like, seconds.
Oh yeah, but that's like you can resurrect him. So
Well,
Oh,
that's going to be a
absolutely.
Havelock problem in a minute.
Mhm.
Yeah, it'll be a Havelock problem. But
Mhm.
yeah, so, interesting thing.
Mhm.
Without their master to direct them, they just follow the last order they were given, which was to retreat.
Yep, and just literally walk past them as they're bleeding out on the ground.
Yup, that is true. They're trying to conjure enough focus to do things, and it's just not working.
A bit distracted.
Yeah, they're having a time.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, that is how that goes. And
I've got it. I've got my songs prepared. So it's shot to the balls. We've sealed your fate. Testy times. You're castrate.
Jesus.
Nope, Jesus can't save you.
God, I'm just reminded of Helsing Ultimate Abridged.
Mhm.
Read the rest of the fucking paper or I shoot the other testicle. Just like, oh
love it.
God.
Yeah. There we
Um.
go.
So, let's see. Yeah. So Mulligan, you arrive just as this man loses consciousness.
Well, that simplifies things a little bit.
Yep.
Mhm.
For flavor, this is definitely not the guy you saw dueling with that other woman.
Okay, so this isn't.
Oh,
This
no, yeah,
isn't.
okay, yeah.
No, no.
Not
Yeah,
gonna-
that's.
I would-
Yeah, so this is.
I would never allow us to interfere that much.
No,
Like-
their whole thing is their business.
Yeah, no, that's them. That's all them.
I like to imagine that is actually going on simultaneously. Like, we can
Yes.
literally see it happening on the hill and like.
God,
do
I hope
anything.
so.
No, yeah, no one gets in the way of that. Like, there's
Yeah,
a
no.
look over.
They've been at
It's
this
like-
for a while. They'll
Yeah.
come back and do it again in another week or two.
Yeah, absolutely. Like they never interfere with the town. No one interferes with it. Like they stop anyone who wants to get through to their graves, to the loved ones. They stop so that people can just pass through.
Yes.
And then go back.
It's
It's
a
very
thing,
amicable.
you
Yeah.
know.
Yeah.
Just how it works, you know.
This is how it goes.
It's like
just-
have your epic duel, but have the etiquette. Honestly.
Yeah, yeah. Oh my god. I need to show you some cards of some of these people because it's so good, Arkrad, once you
Nice.
know the story behind some of them.
Amazing.
Alright. But anyway, yeah. So, these people are, just doing their... So yeah, this dude's unconscious. Whackbat, what are you doing?
I'm hauling this guy up onto my shoulder and glad that he's unconscious because that'd be some really awkward conversation. And I'm not
Boy,
in the
is-
mood for that.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, so yeah, that you just start jogging back with this man bleeding all over you. All right,
Well,
I just
even my nice suits are waterproofed.
good, good. Okay.
Yeah. And if you don't know prestidigitation, what kind of freaking eldritch mage are you?
You're not
Uh,
wrong.
Right. So I just I wait for the gun to cool down enough, and then I dismantle it, and then put it away.
Oh, good, clever. You
and,
don't burn your stupid hands.
Yeah. The only part that I
Oh,
I like.
Hmm?
What were you gonna say?
oh, I was about to say when you bolt the fucking weapon, like that case comes out hot.
Yeah, absolutely. So there is I have a reinforced cloth that's
Mm,
like you know it's like a
Yep.
I can't think of the word, you know, it's like an oven mitt basically as a
insulative.
cloth, like,
Yeah.
thank you, insulative cloth. So I wrap the cartridge in that. I then wrap the barrel that is still warm in that. Both
Mm,
of those Teflon, thank you
Yep.
to Moogles. Yeah, Teflon. Put both of those under my bed
mhm,
and put the rest away in my bag. Lock the door and go downstairs.
mm. All right, sounds good.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Yeah,
safety.
so that's how that goes. And yeah. The professor arrives back with the
Mhm.
with the our unfortunate new friend.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
I put I put another tip down on the bar. I'm like, I'm very sorry. May we borrow a table and allow us to interrogate this individual?
And this woman's just looking at you like, sure. I
All right.
guess.
Let's get a drink in, boys, and then get to work with the introductions.
Hmm. All right. So yeah, Havelock is looking at this dude and is like, still a bit of life left in him. Well,
Mm-hmm.
let's keep it that way. And you see Havelock like just dab their hand in this person's blood and draw a few symbols that are it just hurt to look at on this person's like head and hands.
Yeah.
And
that's rather impressive. That's rather impressive. You ducking your head down, stretching your arms out, and being able to write at the same time. I've never seen someone dab like that before.
God damn it!
While you're doing that, I approach Whackbat and basically like, do you have a croquet mallet at all?
My
Lovely stuff. Actually, if your cane shapes into stuff, can it? So essentially, like, I'd like to pin their arms and legs.
Oh, it's Havelock
we
is
have
like,
rope for that.
yeah, Havelock is just sitting there like that won't be necessary.
Okay, you can-
And Havelock is like just finishes drawing the little sigils they're drawing and just like
Mhm.
puts their hand over this person's chest and like sinister glow and smoke later. This person is very awake, very in
Mhm.
pain, and the bleeding has stopped.
Mhm.
No, there's no such thing as too much Stephen King. I've actually never read a Stephen King book, full disclosure. I just really like horror.
Mm.
His short
Yeah.
stories are really good. His long form stuff can be good, but it can get a little needlessly
Tedious.
meta sometimes.
Yep.
Yes,
It's
absolutely.
kind of a mixed bag after a while.
Yeah.
That's
But
fair.
I absolutely recommend the short stories.
I will have to read them sometime.
There is one in particular. I'll see if I can find the name of it, but it's a particularly good one about like dimensional travel.
Ooh, nifty.
I think you know the one I'm talking about, AK.
There's a couple that kind of fit that bill. You might need to be more specific.
Yeah, we'll have a look name afterwards.
Yeah. We'll
Okay,
do it.
so while they come back round, Spencer is consuming more of the wine that they bought.
Good. All right, but yeah, nah, you're valid. You're valid. It's okay, Moogle. All right, so, Havelock is just is like, so, I'd ask you to tell us everything you know, but that's tedious and boring, and you're gonna make a lot of noise, and I'm gonna have to hurt you a lot, and it's just a whole process that I don't feel like dealing with. So, and Havelock just consumes them and their knowledge. Just gets written down in the book.
And then taking
So
a sip.
that does expedite the whole
Yeah.
interrogation side of things.
It's
Yeah.
getting a
You know
little
what?
late. I don't feel like playing out an entire interrogation scene. It's a whole thing.
Yeah.
Um,
Here was me about to wonder if you wanted breakfast, but clear as you've got your own meal.
Knowledge is delicious.
So,
And that voice that comes out of Havelock when they say that does not sound like Havelock.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's like, and good one to you as well. And then raise a glass and take a sip. It's like,
Yes,
so,
you're the host's companions.
indeed. Do we get the information from yourself, or do we wait for our companion to come back? I'm not sure.
Oh,
how
they'll
this
get
works
you the
exactly.
relevant information, don't you worry.
Lovely. Bon appetit. And take another sip.
How well mannered. And then Havelock's like eyes stop rolling out of their fucking head, and like
Sure.
they just like shake their head a bit, and we're like, oh, that was intense.
I'll imagine. It's not every day you get to
That's good
speak to
nap,
the individual within.
Oh, you met them. I see. You met my erstwhile companion. Yes. Real charmer, that one.
Hmm.
But and Havelock's like looking at the book and is like, "Oh, I'm learning so much. Oh, this
Mhm.
person knew how to do so many interesting things with corpses."
Mm.
Anyway,
Pertaining to what we need to know.
yes.
Details?
A little something about the lantern. You hear tell of it. Oh, apparently necromancy is divided into two distinct schools in this place. There's ghoul callers and stitchers. Stitchers, like this
Hmm.
person,
Mhm.
create Frankenstein together monsters from many bodies to make one superb specimen, always seeking perfection and greater heights in design. Ghoul callers, on the other hand, prefer. They seem to prefer the quantity has a quality all its own philosophy and seem to just resurrect as many corpses as possible and throw them at things until something works.
Hmm.
Classic conflict between quality and quantity.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. The classic case of throw enough shit at the wall and see what sticks. Yes.
Exactly.
Hmm.
But either way, the lantern we're here for seems to, even the necromancers only seem to know bits and pieces of it, but it seems to be it's some sort of important relic to this place, but, well, I should say, it was an important relic to this place once. It seems to have faded into myth. It's
Oh.
called it's called the Soul Gaze Lantern.
Soul
Lovely.
Gaze Lantern. Don't suppose you can conjure up a picture of it, can you?
I can, um, not off the
It's
top of
stored in
my
the memory
head.
of
They're
this?
not. They've never seen it, I'm afraid. But there's
No
speculation.
worries.
It's from what I understand, it's just a standard box lantern,
Hmm.
if a
Go to the
little
barkeep. Like,
stylized and spiky.
box style lantern. Go to the barkeep and basically it's like, Soul Gaze Lantern. Does that ring a bell at all before your time?
You're chasing fairy tales, kid.
That's all I need to know. So then I turn back and said, "This thing's old. This thing's very old. We're talking probably the start of things. We're going to need to either go to the church proper, or we're going to need to find some form of archive, if anybody has one. I imagine private collections are the place to go
Eh.
next."
Avlox looks exhausted by the thought, but is like, well, if
Mhm.
anyone has extensive records from the beginning of this place, it'd probably be the vampires.
Well, spot of shopping for answers it is then.
Indeed,
And see.
indeed. Yep. I'd think that's a session. We've gone a good
Yep.
4.5 hours.
Yep. I decided to I threw the title in there because it's a nice way to end
It's
the
good.
chapter.
I went in a completely different direction than I expected, and the title had nothing to do with it, but I liked it anyway.
It'd be like that sometime.
All right, so we can
fun.
hunt
That
for
was a
more
lot of
answers next
fun.
week. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so a couple of housekeeping announcements. My compatriots and I are thinking of changing the day we do this. We're not sure when, but I, or more likely Arcrat, since they're better at this whole publicist thing, will keep everyone posted. And
Yes,
tomorrow, my friends and I are also doing a game, and we decided maybe we'll start streaming that as well. Completely different campaign, completely different characters. If people are interested in listening in, a bit of a not much of a tonal difference. I don't think there's still a lot of like humor, adventure, having fun is the priority. Probably hornier, actually. Yeah, no, a bit of a tone difference. It's probably hornier. But beyond that, have fun. If you would like to come listen, you're welcome to. And that's that.
Perfect. How are you doing? By the you've started buffering quite badly for me. Are you okay?
Oh shit, have I?
signal-wise? No, well, it might just be me. It might just be my connection. So I just want to make
I
sure.
can hear it a little bit too. It's
Oh dear.
just in the last 10, 20 minutes or so.
Oh.
Yeah,
No worries. So that
think we're
game's
good.
tomorrow, and what time's it tomorrow?
6, 7 ish p.m.
6.
We're not.
So 6,
Yeah.
7 p.m. EST.
Yep, give or take.
Okay, so that's basically 11 p.m. midnight British Standard Time.
I am. Yeah, sorry about that.
So EST.
Oh, dear.
Another RPG. There we go. Details in the chat just there very quickly. Are you going to be playing that here?
Yeah, we'll be. I mean, not in this channel. There's a different Discord I'm in for that, but you know.
What channel? What Twitch channel should people tune into?
Oh, the Twitch channel should be this one. Yes.
Okay, yeah. So that's all I meant is like
Oh,
more
sorry.
lovely. Yeah, no, sorry. 6 to 7 p.m. EST, 11 p.m. to midnight BST. Join Bad Fan Sub and friends for another RPG tomorrow live.
Thank you kindly, Arcrat.
You're very welcome.
All right, and that is that about does that. I hope I didn't know there was buffering. I'm sorry. I hope it wasn't too intolerable.
It literally only happened there because you were a bit staticky on the call for us, and when I've got the screen up here, so it started like buffering a little badly and stuff. So that's why I just wanted to double check that the details were going through.
That's fair. All right, so that's that. Thank you all for coming, and let's see who's around to raid.
Yeah.
Oh, Guishin is doing a thing right now.
Oh yeah, let's go. Their channel's fantastic.
Let's go raid Guishin.
Yeah.
Raid.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you very much for having us again, Nick. This is just it's a lot of fun, and I enjoy this.
I'm glad everyone has fun.
Yeah, and I'm glad that I got to sort of before I go on my week off. This was a nice like a nice way to end the night. So have a good night, everybody, as well. I hope everyone has a good.
I hope this was fun for everyone, and yeah, let's go say hi to Guishin. Guishin?
Yeah.
The channel has follower, subscriber only chat. Okay, that's valid.
Yeah, it's probably necessary at this time of the month as well. With everything going on.
Yeah, definitely.
Cool. That's gone. So.
Yep. And that is a stream.